Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, good morning and welcome to our Board of Regents and Bessie members meeting today. We have a joint meeting with Bessie 2 times a year, so this is our second meeting of the year. I'm Misty Cordell, Chair of the Board of Regents, and on the behalf of Regents and the staff, we are pleased to see everyone in the boards, and everyone is dressed so festive and ready for the Christmas season. Let me also say how nice it was to kick off this morning with the carolers from Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet School. It is a all-girls traveling choir. Gabby Hall was their choir director, and she could tell that she really loves her job and those students. So that was a great way to kick off the holiday season. And we're going to start with doing the roll call. I'm going to ask Dr. Brumley if he would like to say anything from Bessie.
Well, I don't know if Bessie has any remarks about the choir. However, from the Department of Education, we really wanted to open up with some festive cheer, and Commissioner Reed was all in on that. Yes. And so on behalf of us, we hope that you enjoyed the caroling this morning as we showcased some of the talent in Louisiana schools. So let's have a great meeting today.
Thank you. Okay, and Aaron, will you please call the roll for Bessie? And then Doreen, will you please call the roll for Regents?
Mr. Appel, Dr. Armstrong, not present. Mr. Birkin, Mr. Castile, Ms. Champagne, Dr. Clark, Mr. Harris, Mr. Hollis, Ms. Holloway, Ms. Mellorine, Mr. Morris. We have a quorum.
All right, Doreen.
Regent Aubrey, Regent Cordell,
Here.
Regent Creed, Regent David, Regent Finley, Regent Levy, Regent May, Regent Meir, Regent Orr, Regent Pryor, Regent Shamia, Regent Solomon, Regent Sterling, Regent Temple, Regent Weil, Regent Williams-Brown. You have a quorum.
Right. And I would also like to introduce our new member to the Board of Regents, Dr. Shamia. He'll be sworn in later today. Anyone wishing to make a public comment must specify on the agenda item on which they would like to speak and a summary. And just please note, all public comments are limited to 3 minutes per public comment. Doreen, are there any public comments? Next is approval of the minutes from the June 12th, 2024 meeting. Are there any questions? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of June 12th, 2024?
Motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Next, we will receive a report on the 2024 Kevin P. Riley Senior Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund. That's a mouthful. We are pleased to welcome Dr. John Fleming, State Treasurer, and Amy Matthews, Chief Investment Officer and Assistant State Treasurer, to present. Dr. Fleming. Is he here? Okay. All right, we're going to have Ms. Matthews. Thank you for coming today.
Hi. Can y'all hear me? Yes. Okay, excellent. Yes, I'm sorry Dr. Fleming couldn't be here today, so I'm here. And with me, I have the CFO, Lindsay Schneckschneider, and Mary Catherine Drago, also with our fiscal office. But thank y'all for having us. Yes. Thank y'all for having us here. It's our regular board meeting. In the past, I think y'all are used to John Broussard. John retired at the end of April. I was his sidekick for all the years coming here, so I am now the CIO, and we're happy to be here. Today we're going to be talking about the Kevin P. Riley Senior Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund and its annual report as of June 30th, 2024. For those who are new to the board, this may be some re-up for y'all, for the others. LEQ was established in 1986, just 38 years ago. The fund has provided $1.94 billion for education enhancements and opportunities at all levels of education in Louisiana. Bessie knows the fund as the 8G Fund. Regent knows it as the Board of Regents Support Fund. So it's all under LEQTF. The timeline on this was, again, the first of deposit was in 1987 of $540 million. In 2004, we broke $1 billion. In 2005, the allocation to Bessie and Regents passed $1 billion. We were able to give you all, which you shared, $1 billion. In 2024, the market value is $1.6 billion, and the allocation to Betsy, or to both of y'all, is $1.95 billion as of that day. The math. What was decided in the beginning was the permanent fund would would be able to keep 25% of the interest and 75% of capital gains and losses. That would help build the fund to its present day amount. The support fund, which goes to you all, is 75% of the interest and 25% of the gains and losses. This gets a little busy, I'm sorry about that, but we have a few things to go over here. The total return for the whole fund as of June 30th was 9.25%. That's the last bucket on the right. The first two buckets are what we have to look at on a statewide level. The first one is the 30-day bill at 5.56. That's what the Treasury bill rates are. And then the 2-year rate for this year was 4.22. The fund that we actually use to judge the fixed income portion of it is the Bloomberg Government Corporate Bond Index Fund, and that was yielding or returned 4.19 during this year. The fixed income this year returned 5.17. I think everybody can relate. We had a inverted yield curve, so the short end was earning about 5% this past year, and other rates were also coming up. So we were able to make a lot of investments at higher interest rates than we had in the past. This fund also holds 35% equity. The Vanguard mutual funds returned 18.29% for the fund. We look at the S&P 500 as the benchmark, which came out to be about 24.56. And I know you're going to ask, why didn't we make 24.56? In the years past, we expanded what we could invest in equity. So we have what's called the total fund, the total Vanguard fund, which is about 60% of the equity, that looks at total investments in the United States, sort of close to the S&P, but it also brings in small cap and mid cap funds. So we're getting a blend of all the funds here in America or in USA. Then we also, I guess it was about probably 7 or 10 years ago, we also went international. We invested in the Vanguard Global Fund, ex-US. So it's all the sovereigns. It's very liquid and also high performance, but it is on a global basis. That's about 30% of the investments. And then we also, just recently, I would say probably in the last year and a half, we decided to go into a strictly S&P fund, and then we also did an S&P growth fund and a S&P value fund. We only have like 30 million in those because we were going to start moving some things around. But in general, so overall, the S&P funds, total about 70% with the global 30%. So thus, out of those two funds, we earned about 18.29%. What we also have, and we did this years ago when interest rates were very, very low, when we were in the 0.25 yield on interest, on fixed income. We decided to go buy into and buy equities, we call it the dividend equity portfolio. So these are the places, the fund or the companies that paid high dividends. And we were yielding about 5 to 6% on those at the time versus 0.25 in the fixed income. So we still have portions of that portfolio, and that earned 13.19% because it still is yielding us 5 to 6%. And it goes against the Dow Jones Select Dividend Index, which earned about 11.44. So we grossed almost 246 basis points over that one. And so the blended rate of all of our benchmarks returned 8.64%, and our portfolio did 9.25. So it was a good year for us. Now, the major source of income for you all comes from, again, all our investments. The investment income averaged over, since inception, for the 38 years on a yearly basis, about 46.81 million. Capital gains and loss since inception averaged about 13.41. Royalties averaged about 17.97. We'll get to royalties at the end. So in 2024, just to compare this, we earned 42.7 million for y'all, so a slightly below what was average since inception for the income. Capital gains and losses, we did about 5.5. Mainly that's for rebalancing. We can only own 35% in equities, and so once we, as the stock market goes up and the percentage goes up, I have to sell off and bring us back down to the 35%. So we get to take capital gains on that. And in royalties, well, this past year we only earned 2.45. And the royalties are from the Outer Continental Shelf that we get oil and gas income from. So greatly below what the 17.9 average has been since inception. The allocation to Bessie and Regents through the years. Bessie, since through 2024, got 975 million. I mean, Regents, I'm sorry, 975 million. Bessie got 965 million. So a total of 2.9 billion has gone to both of you all through the years. This past year, it ended up being about 17 3/4 to each to Bessie and 17.2, to Regents, and 17.71 to Bessie. Since inception, just to the average of the income was 75.8. We had some really good years in the beginning, and then those years that we had very low interest rates brought us down. But we were on the way of coming back with more money to y'all as we, at least through this year. The cumulative allocations, again, to the fund is 2.875 billion. The accumulation to support is 1.95 billion, and then the permanent fund right now has about 900 million that we've kept. Overall, the benefit of LEQTF to the state of Louisiana through education is about 3.085 billion since inception. And again, this is more of the portfolio allocation. Right now in fixed income, we're about at 64.5%. Short-term funds, we are at about 7.81. Treasury and agency bonds, we're about 37%, and corporate bonds are about 18%. And then equity securities, we have about 35.5% right now, which will probably be taking some of that down through the next month or so. This is the allocations that we have to the various funds in equity. We have the total stock market. Again, that's about 62%. The international's 30%. And again, the 3 S&P funds that we've bought recently. So all total, we're at 35.57. And then on return, and those are the returns also. So again, just looking at the performance versus our internal benchmarks, we earned totally 9.25%. The blended benchmark is 8.55. Most of our money is being made in index funds and dividend stocks, and then the couponing we're getting from fixed income, and that's returning 5.17%. Royalties. We do get royalties. It's been rather pitiful, I can honestly say, to say the least. Right now, last year we got 2.4. I looked at what we're getting now, and I just, multiplied it by 12, and we're probably going to get about another 2.4 this year. It is played out pretty much. This is the oil and gas just off our shore for so many miles, and through the years, it just makes more money for the companies to go out into deep water and get deeper wells than what they have here. And a lot of those have been closing down and causing more problems at DEQ, but we won't go there. But other than that, it's not going to be probably getting any much better. If anything, probably going down more. So, and that is currently what we have. Do y'all have any questions, please?
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. We appreciate the information. It's a very complex issue, and thank you for your presentation today. Are there any questions?
I had one, thank you. My understanding is that Congressman Graves is working with his colleagues to see about extending the Outer Continental Shelf for Louisiana from 3 miles to 9 miles, which would be consistent with several of the other Gulf states. Have you guys gotten any feedback from that conversation about what that potential financial impact could be for the additional 6-mile extension?
No. To be honest, I have not asked, but that is a question I will definitely put to our folks over at, who deal with that. We have contacts over at ONRR, which is where we get our information, and I could even ask them if they can process something for us. So I'll let you know, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Now, I know y'all had possibly some questions about what's going on currently. That's why I've brought Lindsay. She's our CFO, so I can take any questions. As far as the investments go, if on March 29th, if everything passes on the House Bill 7 and 12, we will then start in the beginning of April to sell off the securities. I'm in the process of, because not only do I have to do LEQTF, I also have to do the Education Excellence Fund portion from Millennium, which is where TOPS lays. The Millennium Fund, 3 people share in it: Education Excellence, Health Excellence, and TOPS. So Education Excellence will be part of that money that will go over to Teachers' Retirement System. We will then pay teachers on May 1st. At this point, looking at the portfolio today, we would garner about, and again, date and time, and just looking at what we got on the bank statements lately, about $2.3 billion out of that. Some of it will be staying, and when I say some, it will be millions, not big dollars, like 50 to 100 million, I guess, here to facilitate the rest of the year and the education funds that we have that we need to separate out. Other than that, it will pretty much all go over to teachers to pay down the UAL and possibly not only with the EAAB, which is some sort of actuarial thing that they have to do also. That is my knowledge of that. I just know I need to work on it immediately in April and get the money out there. Lindsay, do you have anything?
Ms. Matthews, yes. We have people that watch these meetings, and also we have people in the background. You've done a fantastic job. But in one of your comments that you just made, you said we would then pay teachers on May 1st. I just want to clarify that you're referencing the teachers' retirement system of Louisiana.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Because I don't want anyone to think that on May 1st you're paying teachers. So
I
just a point of
apologize.
clarity.
Yes,
Thank you.
no. That money will all go to teachers' retirement system. In fact, they're drooling over it right now. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. The asset allocation, is that prescribed by statute or is that just policy?
That is policy. It is described by statute, I'm sorry, the 60 to 65 to 35%, that is prescribed. But then we break it down further in policy.
So the 65% fixed income, that is prescribed?
Yes. In fact, we did try, probably 5 or 7 years ago to raise the equity amount. And it had to go again in front of, as being that it was constitutional, it had to go for vote, and the vote was turned down. The people voted no. So we were not able to raise equity. Any other questions? Oh, okay.
Hearing none, thank you, Ms. Matthews, for coming today and
Thank y'all.
explaining that.
Appreciate it.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Tristan Denley, who's our Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Innovation, to share a brief update on the state's higher education master plan and how we are making progress. Dr. Denley.
That's better. Good morning.
Good morning.
So yeah, so pleasure to share an update about our master plan. As many members know, but maybe others do not. So the Louisiana Board of Regents was involved in creating a master plan back in 2019 called Louisiana Prospers. And in that master plan, there were a lot of overarching goals about really trying to move forward the state's attainment in education in all kinds of different ways. But in many ways, the sort of the figurehead number in that report is that by 2030, we would move the state's attainment rate post high school to 60%. That by 2030, 60% of our adult population, 25 through 64, would have a credential of value over and above a high school diploma. So today we are at 51%. 51% is the highest attainment rate that Louisiana has had. And as you can see, there are a lot of numbers on that chart, and they're all good. To reach our 60% goal, we need to move to a place where on an annual basis, about 85,000 people are earning credentials of value over and above their high school diploma. You can see right now we are at just a little bit more than 73,000. That is considerably up over where we were only a couple of years ago. And so we are making very steady progress towards that 60% goal. Just to put this in perspective, this 51%, this is in many ways very much influenced by the attainment of younger people in the state. That's probably not going to surprise you. So if you look at our attainment rate for 25 through 34-year-olds, that attainment rate exceeds all of our state neighbors. So Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. And so in many ways, this 51% is really good news for Louisiana. What's also really good news is that we are absolutely on track to get to that 60%. This is the way the journey has unfolded over time. You can see we began that work back in the mid 20 teens with an attainment rate in the mid 40s. Many of you maybe lived in Louisiana during these intervening years. I did not, but if you have, then you know what has happened here in Louisiana, that the state has suffered numerous natural disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, forest fires, which was not on my bingo card, and all kinds of other things. And so, and yet it is the case that the state has really persisted and persevered through all of that. I know the commissioner says it often, and I think it's right. We don't get to do this work in the world that we might choose to do it in. We have to do it in the world that we do live it, do it in. And we, despite all that has been thrown at Louisiana, are now at, as you can see, the highest educational attainment rate that we have ever had. And more than that, if we continue to educate our population in the way that we currently are, then we will get to that 60% goal in 2030. We are now absolutely on track to do that. I do want to talk a little bit about that 60%, and because the reality is that we don't want just 60% of people who have just any old credentials. I know that you are committed, just as we are, to making sure that the credentials that people earn really do actually fuel the economy of Louisiana, that they are earning the credentials that enable them to be prosperous and for our state to be prosperous. And so I do want to kind of put this 51% in perspective a little bit, and also talk about where we are with the 60%. So first of all, I want to make sure that you know that across our state, so of the 73-odd thousand credentials that we awarded, that the vast majority of those are in areas that lead directly to occupations. Clearly, we need people who have all kinds of backgrounds. This is a state that is steeped in history and arts, and so certainly we need people who are educated to be able to participate in that economy too, but we absolutely need people who are educated in business and STEM and health and applied technology, and you can see that it's already the case that the vast majority of people who graduate from our public institutions are graduating in exactly those fields. I also want to draw your attention to I think you can see it, the vast array of different kinds of credentials that we are now counting towards this goal, because it is not just credentials that begin with a D. It is not just technical diplomas and degrees, although those are certainly really important, but we are also including certifications, industry-based certifications, short-term workforce training, and all kinds of credentials that lead directly to good and high-paying jobs. It is, in fact, the case that when we look at our graduates who are out there in the world of work, working here in Louisiana, 85% of those people right now hold jobs that the Workforce Commission rates as 3, 4, and 5-star jobs. So it is the case that the people who are graduating from public institutions are, in fact, earning those credentials, going out, using those, enabling themselves and the state to be prosperous. The challenge that we have is that there's just not enough of them. I want to put a little bit in perspective where we are when it comes to meeting the needs across the state. The outer ring of this pie chart is an analysis that I did recently of job advertisements here in the state of Louisiana over the last 12 months. So this is today, if you will. And what I did was to take all of the job ads that were posted in Louisiana across that year, and then just analyze, well, what level of education did that employer want? What level of education did that employer want? And then you can see that's the outer pie chart. You can see that 32% of those jobs needed only a high school diploma or at most. But the other 68% of jobs already needed something more. So there's a sense in which 2030 is already here. It is already the case that to meet the needs of the state, we need to be graduating more and more people with the kinds of credentials that the state needs, that employers need, and that we want our graduates to have to meet that need. But you can also see inside is the distribution of the current attainment rate, current education attainment rate of our state. I already shared with you that 51%, which is the mirror image of the 49, the big slice of the pie you see. But the others, you can see we have 14% of people who have industry-based certifications, and 8% have associate degrees, 19% bachelors, and so on. If you compare the two, you can see that we fall short at every level. At every level. And so it really is in so many ways a call to further action for us to make sure that as we strive towards that 60% goal, that we are looking to try to expand capacity across higher education, across all of those pieces. Yes, we need more people who have industry-based certifications that leads directly into the workforce, but you can see our employers today need more people who have associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, doctoral degrees, master's degrees. We need more of all of it. And so that's in many ways, that's the important takeaway as we strive towards that 60%, to realize that we need to expand across all of our directions. It's also the case that we do not do this work, and it's important for you to realize it, we don't do this work in a vacuum or in a silo or any way that infers that the Board of Regents is some isolated entity in doing this work. We are committed to doing this work in partnership really with all of the major agencies across the state, and so you can see Secretary Showen's commitment to working with us and our mirrored commitment to working with her and her agency and all of the economic development entities across the state. It's extremely important that, again, as we do this work to curate the portfolio of degrees and credentials that we offer, that we do that in partnership with employers, with our regional economic development offices, with LED, and with the Workforce Commission as well. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't point out the impact of this work, because the reality is that, yes, it is important that employers are able to find the employees that they need to meet the workforce needs that we have, but it is also important from a statewide perspective and a personal perspective that people earn these credentials. What I'm showing you here is the impact of earning a credential of value past high school. You can see that across someone's lifetime, on average, they earn almost $1 million more in salary over and above the earnings that they would have if they had a high school diploma or below. $1 million more. As you might imagine, that $1 million more has a significant impact on their lives, on their families' lives, on their communities' lives. It's also the case that despite that financial advantage, it is much more likely that these people will be in fact employed. And I know that many here take seriously the work that is undergoing right now to try to move our workforce participation rate here in Louisiana. It's extraordinarily important for us to increase that. Education is the key to increasing that. Those who have higher and higher educational attainment are much more likely to be employed, and the more that we are able to enable them to have a higher credential, the more likely they are to be part of the workforce. But it's also much more likely that they are less likely that they are impoverished, much less likely that they are incarcerated, more likely that they will live a longer and healthier life. And so there are all kinds of advantages, both personal and societal, that come with increasing that attainment rate across our state. I also want to make sure that you take away the scope and the scale of this work. Because, so I think many of you know I'm a mathematician by trade. Numbers are my friends in ways that perhaps others don't appreciate. But you may be thinking to yourself, well, you know, we started at 40-something and now we're 50-something. You know, it sounds like we've gone up a couple of percent. Does that really make much odds? So I want to try to convince you that it really does. Normally, I mean, the reality is, throughout much of our lives, a percentage point here, a percentage point there, doesn't make that much difference. It makes a big difference in investments. We've just been hearing about that. That's true. But it makes a big difference when we're trying to move a statistic across the population of an entire state. Every 1% increase in this particular statistic represents about 23,000 more people in the state of Louisiana who have a credential who didn't have one before. Now, that's the population of Hammond. It's a sizable number of people. That may well be more than the population of the town that you live in if you live outside a major city. On the chart, you can see from 2021 to 2024, I like to represent it like this. What you're seeing is a packed house at the Superdome, more people, who have a credential today than did in 2021. Does that sort of bring it home? To do the work that we need to do to get to 2030, we need to graduate another 2 Superdomes full of people. That's the scale. I think it makes it more tangible if we say it like that. We all know what that picture looks like. Just saying we need to move it by another 4 or 5%, what does that mean? And so it is the case that this is extraordinarily important and impactful work. And of course the reality is that there is an enormous impact and return on investment of reaching that goal for the state. That by graduating that additional almost 200,000 people with credentials, cumulatively across their lives, they will earn almost $200 billion in additional salary, which of course will bring additional income to local businesses, to the state general fund, reduce costs to state Medicaid, corrections, all kinds of incredibly important impacts both to themselves, to their communities, and to the state as a whole. And so this innocent 60% number has an enormously powerful impact in both the lives of the people of this state and the state itself. So how are we going about trying to do this work? So there's 3 large buckets of work to try to make this happen. I've already kind of talked a little bit about recognizing all credentials of value, because the reality is that we need to recognize the kinds of credentials that employers are recognizing. It is the case that today that employers, as well as asking for degrees and diplomas, are also asking for industry-recognized certifications and the kinds of applied short-term workforce training that is so important to the lifeblood of them and their business models. So this is really important, and I'll talk about some strategies we're doing to try to really make sure that we recognize all of those pieces. On the other end is increasing college going, because the reality is, I've already said, we just simply don't have enough people who are qualified to take the jobs that Louisiana needs them to do right now. And so all kinds of ways for us to broaden the footprint of college going. I know you're aware, just as I am, that across Louisiana, from high school into college, there has been about a 10-year decline in college going rates. And at some point today, when I talk to you about dual enrollment, I will be able to share you some good news that I will preview right now about the fact that we are starting to see the hockey stick turn around, and it's extraordinarily important in many ways because of the strategies that together both the Bessie Board and the Board of Regents Board have been doing together. And then in the middle, strategies that we are undertaking to improve student success in college, because it's all very well to get people to go and begin that higher education journey. We actually need people to graduate and complete that credential and go on to the life that we would like them to live. So let me talk very briefly about at least some of those kinds of strategies. I will talk later about dual enrollment, but dual enrollment is an extraordinarily important pillar of the work of trying to increase college going. Well, we know it is the case that the research is clear. Students are much more likely to be involved in some kind of education past high school if they begin their college education in high school. And so all of the work that these boards have done together to try to increase the footprint of dual enrollment across the state is incredibly important, and I'll share the impact of that a little later. It's not the only thing we're doing around increasing college going. In the high school setting, we are working to try to raise awareness of the kinds of possibilities that students have in exploring their higher education goals. And so for the last 2 years, we've worked together to send targeted, personalized emails to students right now in 13 parishes, this year in 20 parishes, letting them personally know, congratulations, the scores that you already have in high school enable you to go to this, that, or the other college or university. These are the kinds of programs that you might do there. Here is how it is that we could help you explore those goals. So letting them know, not in theory or ethereally, but in very personal terms, these are the scores you have, these are the colleges and universities that you could explore, but both in your region and also across the state. So really important work. And many thanks to the Lumina Foundation for a recent grant to support that work moving forward. The MJ Foster Promise Program, of course, primarily works with people who are adults. And so this is Louisiana's adult financial aid policy and practice, providing funds for adults to be able to come back or begin college if they do not already have a degree, to take a credential which directly leads to the workforce in one of the 5 target workforce areas. Again, really good news about how it is that MJ Foster Promise program is unfolding. In the very first year, altogether, we funded about 1,000 people, resulting in about 200 credentials. This last year, year 2, the MJ Foster program supported more than 3,000 students, resulting in more than 1,300 people who completed credentials. And we can already begin to see the fiscal impact that that has on them. When we analyzed their family income before and after, the MJ Foster support enabled them to earn a credential that increased their family income by about $20,000, which is a substantial sum, especially when we think that the vast majority of those people, before they earned those credentials, their family income lay below the ALICE threshold for a single person to survive here in Louisiana. So an enormously impactful program. Again, this year we're already breaking the enrollment records in the MJ Foster program, so things are looking bright for the future there. Improving student success. I'll begin in the middle there. I think many members will remember that we've begun this work of completely changing the way that we approach math education and English education in the state, primarily focusing on the way that we remediate when students come to college less well prepared for college than they, or you would like, to enable them to be successful in college. We know that success in college is massively influenced by success in math and English in the very first year. And so an enormous thank you to the math faculty last year in completely scaling the co-requisite approach to mathematics across all of the public institutions in Louisiana. And this year, again, a big thank you to the English faculty across colleges and universities for fully scaling the co-requisite approach in English. Last year, by fully scaling the math approach, we were able to change the success rate of those students who began in developmental education from 11% to 52%. So this is a remarkable change, very consistent with other institutions across the country who have implemented this. Very unusual, almost unique across the country for a state as a whole to implement the co-requisite approach. Louisiana, as I say, essentially unique in doing that work. And so when we have completed both math and English, and I anticipate very similar kind of impact in English when we analyze those results early next year, you can imagine the impact that that is going to have. Again, enormous thank you to the team at Louisiana Department of Education. We together have been working on math reform for several years now through the Launch Years project. And so again, very excited about the work that is about to be undertaken here, again in partnership in really aligning the math curriculum across the state in K-12 with those math pathways that we have built in higher education too. So lots of good things to see in math and English reform. On the left-hand side, work-based learning. We are really committed to making sure that when people graduate, that they are really able to apply what it is that they've done in the workplace that they choose. I say all the time, and I think it really is helpful to think of it this way, I'm a mathematician by trade. I don't know if I work in my field. I know I bring my field to my work. And those are not quite the same thing. And so enabling people by having work-based learning experiences that's part of their education to learn how it is that they're able to really, no matter what they do, whether they work in their field or they bring their field to their work, to understand how it is that they can apply and utilize what it is that they learn. This is transcendently important as we move towards that 60% goal. And so, again, we have a project supported by the Strata Foundation to really amplify the role of work-based learning across programs in the public institutions. And then lastly, the Meauxmentum work. This is a whole a holistic approach to student success that we have created that really utilizes evidence-based strategies that have been really proven across the country over the last decade. We brought those together into what we call the Meauxmentum Framework. You can see we spell momentum in the proper Louisiana way, and that work is, again, an enormous testimony to the collaborative spirit that is Louisiana, because all 4 systems, all 28 institutions are all fully in support of this momentum work, and we are reaping the benefits of it. Last thing I want to talk about is this counting all credentials. I already shared the fact that we are now in increasing ways recognizing more and more credentials. It is the case recently that we were awarded a grant from the National Association of System Heads in partnership with Google that actually makes Google micro-credentials available to all faculty, students, and staff across all the public universities and colleges in Louisiana. So more credentials is about to get more. We will have even access to even more things than we had before, but this is an evolving story today. On the left-hand side, reverse transfer, it's probably not going to surprise you that there are many students who began their journey at one institution and then went to another and then maybe another, and along the way they actually took all the courses that they needed to be awarded at an associate degree at that first institution. But up until recently, we had no methodology to be able to tell that institution about the journey the student had gone on for them to now explore. Well, could we make that award? We have now built that methodology. We have introduced data analytics techniques to making sure that we're able to provide that information on an ongoing basis to our campuses, and so campuses are now in the business of being able to make those reviews, award those degrees, and we are gradually refining that. As you might imagine, it is a complicated process. We're trying to take we want to bear all the complication. We don't want the students to bear any of the complication, and so that is a work in progress. And then the last is universal transfer pathways. Again, an enormous thank you to the more than 600 faculty who were already involved in this work of creating seamless transfer pathways that guarantee that if a student takes these particular courses along this journey, no matter where they go and no matter where they started, no matter whether they took that course as a dual enrollment course or an AP or an IB course, and no matter whether it was at a community college or a four-year institution, they can be guaranteed that that course not only transfers but actually counts towards that four-year degree that they are looking to pursue. And again, that work launched this fall of 2024. So that's a sort of I think an overview of, you can see this is there is no silver bullet to this work. Somebody even told me it doesn't even look like there's silver buckshot. There is an enormous amount of multifaceted effort, but it is the case, I believe, that that effort is paying dividends. And so in that sense, I think we can look to 2025 optimistically, and hopefully in a year from now, I'll be able to come back and tell you that we have surpassed 51% and moved on to 50-something more, and happy to do so. So thanks so much. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'm going to take a moment of chair's privilege and just commend you on the work that you have put into this and the passion and the dedication. Every time I see this presentation, you've added something new. You're constantly learning, even to the point of going out and speaking with some of our local schools, and he's constantly learning and trying to do better. So we appreciate your work and your passion for this. Are there any questions for Dr. Denley?
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. On slide 27, there was a bar graph, and there's a bar that represents the diploma and the high school diploma. What's the difference between those diplomas, and maybe is the third diploma with a credential?
Thank you for that clarification. So the high school diploma is, as exactly as it says, it is a high school credential. The diploma in this it's a technical diploma, so it is a post-secondary qualification. So thank you, and I'll update the chart to say technical diploma to avoid the confusion moving forward. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Good morning. If I could direct you to slide 25, which is the credential demand mix in 2024.
Yes.
Two questions. The first one, the easy one, did you collect data on earlier years to see the change? I mean, does this 2024 reflect much change over, say, the last decade?
So that's a really interesting question, and I'm happy to do that. I've done it in the last couple of years. I ran it in 23, I ran it in 24. 23 and 24 don't look remarkably different from one another, but it'd be actually pretty interesting, and I certainly could go back and run this in, maybe at 5-year intervals or something to see, have we seen a substantial change? As you might imagine, this is a statewide picture,
No, I understand.
and I can run this by region, and you can imagine in different RLMAs it's going to look a little bit different as well. But yeah, it'd be very interesting to
Well,
run that.
that leads me to my next point, and that is, have you done any projections on what you would expect it to look like in the next decade? That's the real trigger, not so much what it did look like, but where we're going in the future.
Yeah, and actually, I think your insight is well taken, and happy to do it. So, if we went back and looked like, what does it look like in 2021, 2020, that might give us some trend data to actually be able to model what would this look like
That's what I
going
was
forward.
thinking.
So, yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
Let
Thank
me
you.
add to that, Conrad, very good point. So what we collectively know and what we are collectively leaning into is that the high school diploma is the floor, not the ceiling. The high school diploma is the floor, not the ceiling. So we all collectively, department, Bessie, Regents, want to make sure, to your point about foreshadowing what the mix should be, we know that the credentials that will have value in the marketplace will be something beyond a high school diploma. So that mix is going to have to significantly reduce what we have today, which is about 50% of our people in Louisiana today with only a high school diploma, right? Over 1 million of our working age adults with a high school diploma as their highest credential. So that is the challenge when you think about the evolution of AI, technology, a knowledge-based economy that we think about, to your very good point. The foreshadowing of the mix may be challenging to understand between associate, certificate, and bachelor's mix, but what we know with certainty is we need to make sure people have more than a high school diploma, and that it has utility in the marketplace.
Exactly, and we on Bessie are focusing more and more on certificates and career applicable training. But if we're faced with a future, which we were sitting here talking about this, Meta facility up in North Louisiana. It's not going to employ a lot of people, but it's going to employ a number, and it can become a keystone for additional growth. Those are all high-trained jobs. High-level credentials and we've got to make sure that the people understand that what was okay in the past, a high school diploma, it's not okay anymore. It doesn't work in our world.
Dr.
Thank you.
Hunter Reed. I was going to say that, please, I don't see the media here, but I think we need to please promulgate that 51% number. That's an amazing turnaround in this state. It was recently said that the Board of Regents hasn't been doing anything, and we have, and over these years. And this is a huge accomplishment and needs to be known to everybody in this state. What caught my ear was also the postcard program. Can you tell us how to get that what's it going to take to get that statewide, and what parishes are getting it? And because the kids whose parents went to college, they know how to guide their children into the process. But if it's that last 10% we're trying to reach, those parents probably never went to college and and can't really, maybe intimidated to guide their children to that process. That all you hear about is student loans and negativity. How can we make that process statewide to every child in Louisiana?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So where we are with this process right now, initially, I guess now 2 years ago, I piloted this in a couple of parishes. Many thanks to Dr. Singleton for helping me kind of get that work off the ground. In many ways, it was a proof of concept project to craft, well, what would such a letter even look like? And you can imagine there's a little competition among our institutions, and so we had to navigate that as we settled on all of that. Last year we expanded that 2 to 13. Again, really as a proof of concept to show, well, can we do this work on a grander scale? Again, trying to understand a methodology about, well, how do we communicate to the students, well, the region that they're in, the schools that they might, all of those kinds of things. So again, we're in a better place with that. I think I shared that we were the recipient of an award from the Lumina Foundation this year to actually be able to expand this project more fully. So we're looking to take this to 20 parishes this coming spring, as well as sending the emails to more parishes. Right now we are also trying to create a college access network of organizations across the state. There are a number of foundations and charities and all kinds of organizations across the state who work with high school students to enable them to understand, well, what do they need to do to go to college? And I'm sure you know about many of those in your area. We are going region by region. We've had 2 of those meetings already. We will have actually a meeting next week in New Orleans to meet with those organizations in the New Orleans area, and then early in the new year we'll have a similar meeting in the north of Louisiana to meet with the organizations in the north, because we want to create effectively a ground game. It's one thing for these students to get an email saying, hey, guess what, this is a possibility, but as you say, it may create more questions than it does answers, to say, well, what do I do? And so we want to then enable those students to link up with organizations in their area who can help them and their parents make the kinds of decisions that they need to go to college. To move it statewide, we need to, take the technology off my laptop and put it onto a proper platform, and we need to put a little money behind it. And so, but what we'll also be doing
Where's
this
our
year.
friend David Aubrey, right?
What's also the case, though, is this year we will be having some focus groups with students to get some feedback about what they understand from these emails. One thing for us to send emails out to these students, it's also really important for us to understand, well, what do they see when they read them? And so there's a lot of groundwork this year. I think after the groundwork this year, we really will be in a position to take this statewide with a little money.
Tristan, first of all, thank you for a great presentation. It was really thorough. And as I was thinking that, then you came forward with the phrase that you're not sure that you work in your field, but you bring your field to your work. And then I turned to my colleague, Commissioner Reed, and I said, okay, now Tristan is just showing off. So we're going to try to contain you here today. But just for awareness for Regents, I want Regents to appreciate that we have requested from Bessie as a department to be able to go in over the next year and revisit our English and math standards in K-12. And those are the things for which students are expected to know and be able to do at each grade level. And so we are committing time and resource to that effort, and we think really it's a profound opportunity to reshape in a positive way education in the state of Louisiana. But one of the things that's really important in the process is vertical alignment of those standards from, say, 3rd to 4th to 10th to 12th to higher ed. And so on those particular work groups, we have reserved space for Commissioner Reed and Regents to have an individual in those various work groups for both math and English reading, so that we can make sure that we do have that vertical alignment between, say, the work of Bessie and the work of Regents. And so I just wanted to make sure that you as Regents were aware that that's a process, and it's a heavy lift, but it's a really important lift that we're doing in the K-12 space. But we will be, so to speak, having you at the table as that develops. And so that's just for situational awareness for everyone in the room.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Denley? Okay. We'll be moving on to the STEM program. As you know, our agencies have a lot of shared work that we do collaboratively. One area of shared focus is certainly STEM. And thank you to our Bessie Chair, Ronnie Morris, for his active engagement with the STEM Advisory Council. Joining us today is Dr. Clint Coleman, Program Administrator for Regents. LISTEM, and cybersecurity initiatives to present the 2024 annual LISTEM report. Dr. Coleman.
Good morning. Today I'm pleased to present the annual report for the work that was done network-wide in 2024, highlighting all the achievements in advancing STEM education and workforce development across Louisiana. So for context, for those of you who may not be familiar with the program, LISTEM, which stands for the Louisiana Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics Advisory Council, was established by Act 392 in 2017 with a clear mandate to coordinate statewide STEM initiatives and align them with workforce needs. The council is made up of 29 members by statute, making up all the heads of our agencies, faculty, governor's appointees, and whatnot. Our network consists of 9 regional STEM centers strategically located across Louisiana, as you can see in the map. Six of these are at higher education institutes. One is at a K-12, one is at a museum, and the other is at at GNO Inc., the Economic Development over in New Orleans. Each of these centers operates under a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Board of Regents and serves as a boots on the ground working to increase STEM literacy and create stronger pathways to STEM careers for citizens of all ages. We like to say we're pre-K to gray. We don't care how old you are, we're going to help you find a way to get back to where you want to be. The RSCs, or the Regional STEM Centers, are currently in the second year of their third 3-year cycle, demonstrating the sustainability and success of our regional approach to STEM education and workforce development. 2024 was a landmark year for LISTEM, and I just don't say that. I actually believe it because of some of the amazing work that we've done. I'm going to highlight some of those key achievements. Throughout the network, we have engaged with over 50,000 students of all ages throughout various in and out of school time programming, including hands-on activities, which is a big part of what we call STEM education, field trips and camps across the state. This represents an unprecedented reach into our communities. In teacher preparation, we've made significant strides with many different programs, but the one we're particularly appreciative of is our computer science education collaborations with LDOE. Through those 2 programs, Ignite and Energize, which are led by the RSCs at LSU and Southeastern Louisiana, we trained over 1,200 teachers this year in computer science instruction. We look forward to continuing the successful collaboration in 25. Those contracts are currently being worked through. Oh, sorry. The Engineering as Elementary program, also supported by LISTEM and funded by a $1 million federal earmark, has trained 141 teachers through 12 workshops, representing about 30% of our target. This program equips elementary school teachers with projects and resources to support hands-on engagement with engineering concepts. Teachers receive free resources to implement these lessons in their classroom. With a goal of reaching 525 teachers, we look forward to continuing this program implementation in 2025, with a goal of having it completed by the end of this summer. A particular point of pride with this year was the continued success of our LISTEM-supported NASA Astro Camp experience. It's particularly important for us here in Louisiana with the Artemis missions and with Michoud being in our backyard, and particularly Stennis being right around the corner, and a lot of those employees actually living in Slidell area. This has been a big project for us to take on. They're now in their 6th year. These camps have served over 10,000 students statewide over those time. Louisiana now leads the nation with 105 camp locations, significantly ahead of California's 75. So I just like to say that we're really excited about that. And half of those camps are supported by LISTEM and our regional centers. So we're really excited to say we have a big part of one of the big programs that we have that we're able to bring all 9 regional centers and the Board of Regents and all our different collaborators and whatnot together is the summit. This year's summit was held in Lafayette. It was tremendous success. We also broke records this year of drawing a record of 795 attendees. The summit continued to be a highlight of many participants' professional development calendars. I heard that a lot from our teachers and participants, that this was one of their favorites to come to. Presentations from over 40 field leaders were organized into 4 distinct tracks, as you can see there: preparing students for future work, teacher professional development and support, access in education and innovations in education, and workforce development. All 9 regional STEM centers participated, showing their unique initiatives and resources, and we received enthusiastic feedback about attendees' experiences. The increased industry participation this year particularly highlighted the growing recognition of LISTEM's role in workforce development. This year's playground, which is what we call the exhibit area, where everybody comes together and checks out the collaborations and all the different tables, This year's playground included dozens of partners and collaborators showcasing their work, as well as esports and robotics competitions from both VEX and FIRST, featuring high school teams from around the state. So we had about 150 students there as well that were showcasing their teams. We were especially proud to host several out-of-state attendees, including STEM ecosystem leaders and industry representatives. Notably, 3 states, Colorado, Indiana, and New Mexico, have requested LASTEM support in building similar networks in their states. The summit benefited from industry sponsorship support, with special thanks to CITGO, the Rec Foundation, and Central Creativity for their roles in making the summit a success this year. We are particularly honored to have Captain Barrington Irving as our keynote speaker. At the age of 23, Captain Irving made history as the youngest pilot to circle the globe solo. I talked to him at dinner, and it was wild to hear some of his stories. It was actually making my hands sweat. His inspiring speech about meaningful connections to STEM careers was a summit highlight. His flying classroom program represents an exciting potential partnership to support our state's aerospace and aviation industry needs. The LASTEM network is exploring opportunities with LDOE to launch flying classrooms in Louisiana, focusing not only on our major airports in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, but also at the Houma airports out in Lake Charles, as well as Sinlaw, where our Region 6 Center is actually located. Last month, so some of the last recognitions and future directions that we'd like to talk about. Last month, the National Science Foundation held its Education Advisory Committee meeting at Louisiana Tech University. This is the first time the meeting had been held outside of Washington, D.C. The LASTEM Council held its 4th quarter meeting in Ruston to coincide with this event, and the response was overwhelming. LASTEM programs and our network were recognized among the nation's top programs. This national recognition validates our approach to connecting STEM education with our workforce partners. Our Bars Without Barriers program in Region 7 up in Shreveport at the museum received recognition for its innovative approach to STEM education and correctional facilities. This program helps incarcerated fathers stay connected with their families through STEM activities while learning about related workforce opportunities. It exemplifies our holistic approach to connecting learners with real-life experiences, and we look forward to expanding this program beyond Caddo Parish. The Baird Foundation, which has been sponsoring this for almost 10 years, is really excited to continue their support. I just learned this week. As mentioned earlier, we are expanding our computer science training in coordination with LDOE from 2025. Additionally, our CPERCH program has secured funding from DoD STEM, which is the Department of Defense STEM, for another 3 years. This is now in its 4th year with LASTEM support, and has grown from a few teams here in the state to well over 100 teams now, with several teams invited to World Championships at the University of Maryland this summer. This program's success is enhanced by our support from our military installations through volunteers and other resources. Finally, we're in discussion with LDOE to support the expansion of works-based learning opportunities through our RSC networks, further strengthening the connection between education and workforce needs. We look forward to advancing this work in 2025 as well. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions about our achievements or future directions.
Yeah, Dr. Coleman, just kudos to you and your team for the level of engagement with our students and our teachers. You spoke to the teacher training that you provide as well. Feedback that I get from students consistently is, Mr. Morris, can you make education relevant? And this does exactly that. That's what our students are craving for. I hear Dr. Brumley talk about reimagining the high school experience. I think this speaks to that as well. So just super kudos to you and your team and the work you're doing. I guess the question that I have going forward is, everything we do is dependent on funding. And you mentioned a couple of grants here that help the program, but I'm interested in, what kind of funding do we need? Where are we going to get the funding from to sustain the programs we have in place, and then to grow them going forward in response to energy demands? I'm sorry, workforce demands for technology, as well as the number of employable individuals that we're going to need with these skill sets. Yeah. So can you speak a little bit to the funding demands and what you think those sources are going to be, what the requirements are going to be going forward?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Ronnie. You know, from the funding perspective, we've had a lot of discussions about what that looks like moving forward, and of course that's kind of up in the air in terms of where the state allocation could come from moving forward. But in terms of how the regional centers are trying to work this through, we are actually chasing, now that we have established ourselves and in the 5th year, we're chasing some of those national grants. You know, the NSF came specifically to Louisiana Tech University to showcase the opportunities that were available, and recognizing that sometimes states like Louisiana are missing out on these, and that they are putting a particular focus to help us lift that up and help support some of these programs. So that was really exciting to hear, as well as the fuel engines grant that LSU has received. Their RFP for STEM initiatives was just released this week as well. And so I am encouraging our regional centers, as well as myself, to go after those grants, after those opportunities, to increase the increase the sustainability, as you say, to be able to keep these programs moving forward. I also invite anybody that has opportunities for sponsorships in any of our programs to reach out and to help us with that as well. We're always looking for those opportunities to ensure that those ones that are very specific, because our regional centers do work with the workforce there in their area. And so sometimes, you know, those programs are amazing, but we're having struggle to get them lifted up and moved over, right? And so that's really where we could use some of that support as well. So anything that you all have in terms of suggestions, I'm open to as well, but we are definitely chasing at every level that we can find.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Coleman, for your work, and from somebody that learns from doing. I was the kid that just put me in class and make me pay attention was a little bit difficult, but if you show me how to do it and get me involved, I remember things, and I think so many of our students are like that today. So your work is very important, and we appreciate you for everything that you're doing. We have any other questions? Yes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Coleman, I don't know if you were here when Dr. Denley was giving his presentation on the credential demand mix for 2024. In that mix, it talks about the various areas where we need credentials. But what I didn't see in there is specific information with regard to a demand for STEM field education. And so I don't know if you had some more refined data that spoke to that in terms of what is it that we should be trying to produce in terms of credentials to support STEM fields, and a lot of interest. We all, I think, anecdotally know that there is a great demand for it, but I don't know if you had some more specific data around that.
I could certainly provide some specific data out there in terms of what we're seeing and what's happening. What I can also suggest is that, you know, the National Academy just came out with a report this week that talked about sustaining and scaling STEM education across the nation, and how it is very micro right now, and that we have to do a better job helping connect these dots. And so one of the things that we've done recently is, just at the end of last year, we changed the definition of STEM, or we modified the definition of STEM at the council level to say that it's not just science, technology, and engineering and math anymore. It's pretty much anything that you're doing that is hands-on learning that's lead directly to career opportunities. And so a lot of what STEM has transitioned to, since it originally was coined by the NSF in the late 90s, was it has now turned into more of a hands-on learning opportunity and pedagogy. And so a lot of what we do can be connected into just about any certificate out there. So we work, for instance, I was at Michoud yesterday, and we recognize a NUNES program that is certificate-based to help those students get on the floor of Michoud. We support those in terms of helping students know that they exist. We look at some of the other programs. My previous role as a dean, I was really focused on what these credentials of value looked like, and so we really try to bring those into a lot of the programming that we do. And some of that is still at the conceptual level. Okay, how can we turn this camp into a certificate experience for these students that are interested in that? How can we turn maybe this after-school opportunity into another certificate that leads to one of these credentials that we may not know about right now, that that these students may need 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now. So that's kind of one of the things that we look at, is not only what is available now, what is happening at our 2- and 4-year universities, but where might the future be, and how can we help start getting our programming moving towards that, if that helps.
On slide 23 of the slide deck, it discusses the credential mix in 2023. And if you see someone's flipping to it now, we have business, logistics, STEM, health, applied technology. Based on this new definition, it sounds like STEM would now also include maybe some of these other categories, like health and applied technology.
For particular, I'm very focused on culinary right now as an opportunity. you know, to help
As a STEM
help
field.
bring our culinary fields up at our LCTCS schools.
Very insightful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you again, Dr. Coleman. Another area of close collaboration for us is dual enrollment. As we focus on increasing the number of high school students who are starting to dip their toe into the college journey, we would like to ask Dr. Denley to return, as well as Dr. Anise Singleton, Assistant Superintendent of Career and College Readiness, to present an update regarding Louisiana dual enrollment.
Thanks so much. Yeah, so happy to share where we are with dual enrollment. As you know, this has been ongoing work now for several years. I know a number of members serve on the dual enrollment task force, which is just a statewide, in many ways, a statewide gold mine of ideas about how it is that we can improve and expand capacity when it comes to dual enrollment. The key initiatives that we've been undertaking to make this work happen is, again, multifaceted, working in changing policy, working to try to raise awareness of the opportunities that students have through ladualenrollment.com, expanding the possibilities that teachers are able to earn the credentials that they might need to actually be able to teach dual enrollment, and of course, a laser focus on making sure that these courses are rigorous college level courses for students in high school. So I want to share again a little bit of information about where we are, and I know Ernest will also share work from the K-12 side. In case you've not visited ladualenrollment.com, please feel free to do that. This is the QR code. Happy for you to take that, share that, let other people know. What we found when we took this work was that lots of people just simply didn't even know what opportunities they had in their own high school, in their own area, and so this is an ongoing, enduring resource for students who are across the state to know what kinds of dual enrollment opportunities exist. We're looking to try to take that, create actually more capabilities on that website, enable having a one-stop, really a single portal to enable people to be able to find their way into dual enrollment again, to try to cut down on confusion or complication. It's also the case that we have changed the way in which students can be admitted to college. I think I've shared with this body a couple of times before that up until fairly recently, and actually in all other states in the country, if you get into college, then you could apply the dual enrollment you earned, but you have to get into college. You can't use the dual enrollment that you earned to get into college, which really makes no sense, because, I mean, what better way is there to demonstrate that you have what it takes to be successful in college than a proven record of success in college level work? So we in Louisiana have changed that, and this is, I think, an exciting new change for us. All right, so where are we with dual enrollment? We are at an all-time high for dual enrollment in this state. We are, last year, had 41,000 students who were enrolled in a dual enrollment course across the state. This is by far the highest number that we have had. This is the result of now 3 years of double-digit percentage increases in dual enrollment. You can see those increases have been all across the state, all across the parishes, rural, urban, big, small, and you can see also very, very encouraging increases in African American students enrolling in dual enrollment. The stubborn thing for us to change right now is technical fields. The reality is that COVID certainly impacted students being able to take CTE dual enrollment courses in as part of their high school experiences, and that is starting to come back, but it is, I think, something that we are still really trying to double down on to make sure that we really can make it clear. Dual enrollment is for everyone, and dual enrollment is not just academic courses, it is also technical kinds of education too, and we want to make sure that that's a message everyone hears. Together, these boards created a goal that, again, by by the end of this decade, every student would graduate with high school college credit on their transcript or some kind of post-secondary credential of value. So this is dual enrollment, but it's AP, IB, industry-based certification, short-term workforce training, all of those kinds of credentials, and we know that that's certainly part and parcel of the new accountability framework that Bessie has introduced too. Kind of want to let folk know where we are in progress to that. So on the left you see all the little people, and that shows that we are now at a place where 62% of our of the folk who graduated in the high school class of 2023 did so with such a credential on their transcript. I've shown you trend data on the left, but I thought it would be helpful, rather than showing that pie, if you will, to have it as a proportion of the people who actually graduated on time. Because you can see at the top there are 17% of people who did not graduate on time. Whether we want to get them graduated, that's objective number one. And so on the right you can see the progress that we have now been steadily making in the proportion of those who graduated on time who actually had that additional post-secondary kind of credential. And you can see, I mean, we're right now at almost 3/4 of the graduating class having such a credential. That's an enormous testimony to the work of both of these boards and to all of the staff and everyone involved. In that sense, the progress is, I think, really encouraging, and you know that this dovetails with what I talked about just a few seconds ago. And here is, I think, the first evidence of that. We are really still trying to get to grips with college going as a result of dual enrollment, but I'm very happy to show these numbers, and I'm excited to see what the 24 number is when I get it in a month or two's time. You can see the steady, encouraging increase in the first-time students with dual enrollment who are coming to Louisiana's public institutions, and you can see the connection of that with the steadily increasing first-time student enrollment, again, at Louisiana's public institutions. I want to draw the enormous contrast between that and the national picture. The national picture has been a steady decline in first-year students beginning college. The latest numbers just came out just a week or so ago from National Clearinghouse. There was a national 5% decrease in the size of the first-time student class. And so this progress that we are making is, I think, enormously important. And again, the first signs that the hockey stick is turning around in exactly the way that we would like it to. Wanted to hand over to Ernest to share some more comments. Thanks.
So good morning, everyone. Ernest Singleton, LDOE. Talk about the dual enrollment funding sources that are available to our K-12 schools to participate in dual enrollment. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because Dr. Denley has definitely provided some background on dual enrollment and the importance of ladualenrollment.com, where it's like a one-stop shop for our K-12 systems to see what is available to their students. But funding on the K-12 level is available in a variety of sources for them to provide opportunities for their high school students. Of course, the minimum foundation program is the one thing that funds all of our K-12 schools, so they have various opportunities within the MFP to provide dual enrollments. Additionally, Title I and Title V, I'll take those two together because those have to do with low-income students. Title V specifically funding is provided for rural school systems, so they have the opportunity to use those funds in the same way they use Title I funds. Then Title IV can be used for AP, IB, and dual enrollment. So students have the opportunity to take advanced placement coursework. They can test out of a particular course and get dual enrollment credit that way. And then so they can pay for the fees with those exams through Title IV funding. Additional funding sources that are provided include supplemental course allocation, commonly known as course choice or SCA. And so that can fund coursework at all of our public secondary institutions. That funding is provided to school systems on the basis of $70 per student from our February 1 count from the previous year. And so school systems get that for students who are enrolled in grades 7 through 12 and can use that to fund dual enrollment. Career development funds, commonly known as CDF, can fund technical dual enrollment. That's one area that we are definitely trying to increase. And then Carl Perkins also funds specific dual enrollment for technical coursework as well. And finally, TOPS Tech Early Start funds $600 per year for students in grades 11 and 12, focused on specific eligible programs for students who want to earn industry-based credentials. So there are a variety of ways that our school systems can use funding as provided from the department to pay for dual enrollment.
So, yeah, so thanks so much. Happy for either of us to answer any questions that you might have.
On the supplemental course allocation, I remember we had a discussion, I think, last year, that SCA allocation in some cases was far less than the actual cost of college credits at particular colleges and universities. That you can go to one college and a credit might cost X, and another might cost 3 times X. Has there been any movement on that?
Yeah, so thanks so much for the question. So as you say, right now the tuition for dual enrollment varies college to college and region to region. We have been working on this issue, as I think you recall, for quite some time. The Board of Regents has a coordinating role in this work. We do not have the ability to be able to set tuition ourselves. That falls to the management boards that we work with. But we are right now in the process of updating the data that we have around the cost model of providing dual enrollment. And actually, at a meeting next week, the chief financial officers of the 4 systems will be discussing how we might move to a uniform pricing structure for dual enrollment. So that's where we are with that.
Right, thank you. Another follow-up question. You mentioned earlier that college enrollment nationally this year is dropping, but we talked about slide 23 again that referenced that the demand for higher credentials we think it's increasing. We don't have that look-back data that Mr. Appel was referring to in forecasting data, but we presume that the demand is increasing for workers with higher credentials. Why do you think that the demand nationally, though, has dropped, or rather enrollment has dropped nationally, if we know that there is a greater demand for workers with credentials?
So the slides that I've shown you today are all about Louisiana. So
Right.
the pie is about Louisiana, and I think what we do know about the pie is at least in Louisiana there is a mismatch between the credential mix that we have and the credential mix that we aspire to have, and I'm actually intrigued too to see how that might have unfolded over time. I'm not entirely sure that I know why it is that nationally there has been this steady eroding. Part of this perhaps is COVID. Part of this is perhaps trends that were accelerated by the effects of the pandemic. But certainly the picture in Louisiana right now looks substantially different from what we see across the country. That here in Louisiana, enrollment in public institutions has been steadily increasing. It increased this fall in an encouraging way. Certainly the data that we're seeing about first-year students going to college in increasing numbers is also extremely encouraging. And the fact that we're making steady progress towards our attainment goal, all of these suggest we're moving in the right direction. But as I say, that may well be in contrast to the national picture, which may be, I think there is a sense in which every state is a little different in the way in which they're experiencing the current.
And I'm just wondering, maybe a couple years ago, if you recall, there were CEOs that were offering scholarships to students not to go to college, saying that getting a college education is overrated. And in fact, I'm hearing today, and I agree with your wonderful analysis and report, that there is that demand for higher education, but there seems to be a narrative, and I think a national narrative, that college education isn't that important. Your data suggests otherwise, but I'm not sure that message is getting around, not just nationally, but I think maybe even here in the state of Louisiana. So I just would be concerned that what we're seeing is not translating to young people, because they might be seeing it differently, and because you've got CEOs saying, look, I'll give you money not to go to college. I think that's a terrible message, but maybe I'm just missing something.
Well, I think you're right. I think that there is that pervasive message, and I agree with you that it's a message which we need to counter, because the reality is that that employers, and you see it in the data, that they absolutely want people to have all kinds of training in all kinds of ways, in all kinds of disciplines. And just to clarify that, I have similar kinds of pie charts for, broken down by STEM or, different, because the reality is that we need to make sure that we are able to align the credential mix, not only the credential levels, with the demands that we have across the state.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Thank you.
If I just could, to Preston's very good point, I think the market information is clear, and I'm looking at Philip May and the work that he's going to be doing with Meta. The market is clear, and we had an HBCU utility summit a couple of months ago, and there was so much conversation about we need more engineers, we need, all of these skills that require something far beyond high school. But your point about what the consumer is hearing and what the consumer believes versus what the market shows is a gap that we have to continue to work on, right? There are many people who understand the value of college. Many of them have college knowledge because their families have college degrees. But there are also individuals who think it's too expensive, it takes too long, it's not relevant. And so there is work to do to improve what we offer, the relevance, the work-based learning experience early on. But there's also work to be done in terms of just case making, to make sure people see themselves and a path into our institutions so that they can be successful. So I don't want to skip over that very good point. The market numbers are clear, the knowledge economy is clear, and I know Philip will jump in here, but the messaging and the belief, the proof points that we're making, the evidence, making the case, we still have work to do so that more people see themselves and believe that.
Commissioner, I'll add to that my two favorite meetings of the year are the joint Bessie and Board of Regents meetings, because I think too often for a long time we had a disconnect between higher education and elementary and secondary education, and the fact that we're getting together, and I want to congratulate the superintendent and commissioner for your hard work over the last several years, because it's absolutely critically important, because there has been that disconnect, and I think we're working on it. The work with the dual enrollment program and getting kids to understand early on the importance of industry-based credentials, college credit, and exposing them early and often is incredibly important for them to advance. Otherwise, there is the disconnect, and they never make the leap into college and those post-secondary credentials. So the work of this body over the last few years, meeting together, has been incredibly important, and I think you'll continue to see an increasing number of Louisiana residents getting credentials, but it is because we're having these sorts of joint conversations. So I hope that as we get new leadership coming in, Madam Chair, and others, that we don't forget how we got to this point, and that it's important that we continue.
And thank you for the recognition. And I think the big thing here is, look, the facts and the figures, almost any metric that matters, a bachelor's degree or better improves outcomes for people. And that's great, but we also know in Louisiana there's a lot of opportunity for non-degreed individuals. The thing we need to focus on is creating an expectation and an appetite for lifelong learning, because an individual coming out of high school can earn a good living immediately after high school. The question is, where are they 10 years from now? We want to see that growth continue throughout their lifetime so they can prosper, and the expectations they will have for their kids will expand as well. That's that virtuous cycle we want to create.
Thank you. Two quick things. Going back in history a little bit, when dual enrollment first became a thing in Louisiana, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, the universities fought it tooth and nail because it came before the legislature, and the code words were there's not enough rigor in the places that are issuing the dual enrollment certificates and so forth and so on. Has that mindset changed, or do we see the value in a dual enrollment certificate today that we didn't back then?
Yeah, I think it absolutely has changed. I mean, the reality is, and everyone needs to know it, a dual enrollment course is simply a college course taught to students who are young. That's literally all it is. It is exactly the same course, taught with exactly the same curriculum, taught by quality faculty who have exactly the same qualification expectations. And so it is really, and I think you're right, that initially, I remember when I was, in those days, I think I was back at Ole Miss when dual enrollment was first starting to kind of getting its legs, and sorry to invoke school in another state, but that's where I was. And, you know, and I think there was a great deal of skepticism. Yeah, thank you. You're right. It's a significant upgrade. But, you know, just like anything else, I think in so many fields, people are skeptical of new. And that was then, and this is now. And the reality is that, so we have absolutely worked what needs to be done across the state to make sure that campuses not only understand the importance of what it is that they're doing, but the importance of how it is that they can properly serve these students in the dual enrollment setting. And so we've had a number of trainings. We will next year have ongoing trainings across the regions, working with faculty across the state to understand what are we doing in dual enrollment, how can we make it the most effective. But the underlying rigor question is settled. These are simply college courses taught with exactly the same expectations. They just happen to be taught to people who are younger. Yeah.
The other thing is the headlines in New Orleans for the last couple of days have been about the decline of UNO. UNO suffered dramatic student population declines since Katrina, maybe before Katrina. There's probably two driving factors. I suspect the main one is the declining economy. There's not an in-migration of younger people. But there's also the internationally known declining birth rate. And I'm just curious, not so much for the New Orleans region, but statewide, did y'all take into account the long-term demographic changes driven by the declining birth rate of the current generation?
Yeah, so we have, and I'm happy to share the modeling that we've done. And what's fascinating is, at least fascinating to me, is that Louisiana is different from everywhere else in the country. When you look at the prevailing population dynamics here, the fundamental population event was Katrina, not the 2009-10 financial crisis. And so where in other states that was the event that had a very significant impact on population dynamics, it is Katrina that had that impact here. And so we right now are experiencing the tail end of the tail end of that population impact. And from here on out, between now and 2030, the college-going population in Louisiana will steadily increase, not decrease as it is forecast to in so many other states. Now, past 2030, there is a different pattern, and we can talk about that another day. But what is different in Louisiana and important for people to understand is that that population of college-going people gradually, steadily increases between now and 2030.
Dr. King, go ahead.
I'll try to be quick. Wanted to follow up on Conrad's comment in terms of dual enrollment initially being something that people balked at. I want us to be sensitive to the fact that it's okay to tweak the model in which we deliver education. I was having a conversation with Dr. James Finney, who has a PhD in applied mathematics and teaches at a local technical college, and he was saying, you know, the way in high school we teach algebra, for example, we take way too long. That it shouldn't take an entire year to teach algebra. And I was sort of shocked when he said that, you know, algebra, calculus, these courses that should take a full year. So he said, you know, we stretch it out, but it really doesn't take that long if you change the model a little bit, and that creates opportunity for kids at a younger age to advance faster if we change and tweak the model. Again, when he first said it, I thought about it. I wasn't sure that was the right thing. But when you say that we're offering the same quality of education, but just to kids who are younger, you sort of put an exclamation point on, yeah, it's possible to deliver education faster, quicker, with the same quality to kids at a younger age. And if we do that, they're going to be more successful because they've gotten that level of attainment before they graduate from high school and then shortly thereafter.
Amen.
I want to ask a question about the kids on the opposite end of the dual enrollment spectrum. I don't see any other portion in the program. What plans, I like to, when we have these joint meetings, I like in a year to hear, what plans does Bessie have with Office of Juvenile Justice? Those kids that are older juveniles in the juvenile prison system, what plans do they have to work with them on using existing vocational education resources on them? So when they come out at 18, 19, 20 years old, so those kids have skills and can get a job and not end up back in the situations that got them sentenced in juvenile prison in the first place. So I'd like to hear something about those kids and what we're doing about them and working with OJJ and using our existing resources in vocational education and helping those kids in their version of dual enrollment.
No, thanks for raising that issue. I was actually just speaking with the superintendent this morning around some of the complexities with this particular issue. The department, nor Bessie, oversees education in terms of students being served by OJJ. OJJ essentially handles that. But what I can tell you, and I believe she's still here, is Dr. Sabra Keenum from the governor's office. She left, but she got a call out from me nonetheless. The governor is very interested in this particular space, and I know that Dr. Keenum is working on this issue, and so I think I can speak with Dr. Reed and Dr. Sullivan and everyone else in the space and say, we're willing to certainly work with OJJ and coordinate resources and opportunities. And I think because of the governor's interest in this particular space, some of that will be coming. And so I think you're right. Maybe in a year, let's have the discussion at this particular meeting at that point and see where we are.
Thank you.
Regent Solomon.
Yeah, it's a great point. So, first of all, I do want to make it clear that the funding question is still up in the air. We have, Bernice has talked about the funds that exist through the high school setting, but we certainly have requested support from the legislature to increase opportunity for dual enrollment. I think we all believe that would be an enormously powerful investment in the life of the state. Clearly, money is just not necessarily available for every possible good cause right now, and so. But certainly, we will be asking for those funds or requesting those funds in the coming session. So you raise a really good point, and actually, there is a lot of work happening right now as a result of the work of the task force to try to streamline those things. We are working with a company, as I say, to create this technology portal that will allow, on the one hand, much easier access for students to be able to find their way into dual enrollment, but also for high schools to be able to interact with the colleges that that actually provide the dual enrollment for them. So really to streamline all of this. When we looked at the data to see parishes where dual enrollment was really taking hold and other places where it was more of a climb, what we found was that it's in parishes where we see lots and lots and lots of separate high schools. No reason, sometimes that's just because of history or the way that the parish unfolded or just the size of it, that because of that, then colleges have to go talk to lots and lots of separate people, and there have to be MOUs signed and all kinds of stuff, and that's just an administrative burden, and the reality is that slows things down. So we're trying to find ways that we can cut through the red tape and really streamline that in important ways. Absolutely. That's a great point.
Regent Aubrey. Surprise.
My question is for those K-12 districts that have a higher percentage of uncertified teachers, where the universities do not have the ability to employ those instructors at the high school or support them in a manner where they could teach both the course for their high school as well as get the university credential. What ways are we helping those school districts to have access to qualified instructors that they can increase their participation into the dual enrollment process? And my second question deals with school performance scores. Or does dual enrollment participation improve those schools' ability to earn more points on the ratings for that? And then I got a higher ed question later.
So I'll take this one, Regent Aubrey. So first I want to state that with what Dr. Singleton shared in terms of funding, we were not opining on whether or not there is an adequate amount of funding one way or the other. We were just simply sharing that these are some of the avenues for which these courses could be funded. And Dr. Denley raised a good point or issue too, in that Regents has previously asked in the legislative budget for an allocation specifically for dual enrollment, which I think is also important. In order to teach dual enrollment coursework, and Dr. Denley, correct if any of this is inaccurate, one doesn't have to be necessarily a certified teacher in the state of Louisiana. They just have to meet the qualifications in terms of say, a master's degree or a doctoral degree in that specific content area. So there are teachers in the field that aren't necessarily certified that also could meet the requirements to offer dual enrollment coursework. So a lot of that is actually thought through with hiring decisions, when local systems are making hiring decisions, and the individual's potential to also offer dual enrollment. But one of the things we're also doing this year, and we have some good news coming up in the future that I can't share yet around some funding opportunities, but we have a pilot system happening in the state right now around virtual programming, where we have a collection of a dozen or so school systems that are coming together, talking through virtual partnerships, and how, for instance, if school system X has a physics teacher that meets the qualifications for a science coursework dual enrollment at a university, they could share that individual virtually across their systems through a memorandum of understanding. And I think that this is a real opportunity moving forward, and certainly you'll agree from a technology standpoint, where we can push in higher quality teachers so that more students get access, particularly those students in the rural areas.
And I think that's great. I think that's going to help solve a lot of issues. I am hearing, as it relates to dual enrollment, that there are many rural districts. I don't want to name some parishes. Some of them with having difficulty. They have a lot of teachers teaching on temporary certificates and things of that they don't have the master's degree that the universities would recognize in those content areas to teach those courses. So their students are at a disadvantage of having access to the dual enrollment opportunities that some of your larger or in the more urban districts that have universities in those regions. So I just hear that as a challenge.
No, it is the most, or one of the most fundamental issues for educational outcomes is a high quality teacher and access to that. And so systems have to do everything within their power to recruit that, and I understand that's a budgetary issue and that's a challenge. And I don't know of a local superintendent who would disagree with their need to recruit and retain high quality teachers. I do think that the opportunities that we're exploring around virtual partnerships across district has a real opportunity, because it is a challenge to recruit some individuals to rural areas, particularly if they haven't grown up, so to speak, in that particular area and feel that they're giving back to that particular community. So it is something that we have to continue to address, but I don't think we can look at it in the way in which we've looked at it for decades around staffing. We're going to have to use every opportunity available, whether it's contracting, whether it's temporary permits leading to a certification, whether it's virtual programming. It has to be not A, B, or C. It has to be A, B, and C. And so we are exploring all of those issues, and it is a fundamental challenge, and I think it is you know, in many ways, a civil right issue to make sure that every child has access to a high-quality teacher.
And broadband.
Shameless plug.
Mr. Superintendent, does dual enrollment participation improve student, the school performance scores at the K-12 level?
Yes.
That's one of the measures.
But also, and Tristan mentioned this already, I think this is a really important thing for all of us to understand and know, and I'm not suggesting that anyone doesn't know or understand, but we know it to be true that if we can create a relationship between a student and their family, whatever that might look like, and a university partner, whether it's, you know, a college, whether it's 2-year, whether it's 4-year, whatever that might look like, that student is more likely to enroll in that particular university beyond high school. And not only that, they're more likely to still be there after 1 year. And so that's, aside from school performance scores and ratings and all those things, which I know are so critically important, the retention factor and the ability to change a child's life into their adulthood from the dual enrollment experience because of the access opportunity that it provides, and which leads to retention beyond year 1 in college, I think is just really important.
Yep, and you know, I hear from faculty, well, deans at various colleges that I travel around the state, assigning a adjunct professor that's gonna get funded, the institution go get funded at per credit hour at this level, but to send them to do a dual enrollment where they only getting $300, I mean, those things are real as we're all trying to deal with lower enrollments but meet certain standards. I can appreciate the collaborative meetings that you're talking about where the funding, and then Commissioner, I know that we're talking about funding formula, and it just looks, at least as it's drafted now, we've got to, if we're going to incentivize institutions to really, really work with these K-12 systems and make it a priority, it's part of our master plan, then we've got to recognize it in the formula funding, because I hate to say it, it's just the environment when resources are going down, that if we want to drive those numbers up, we got to have some incentives and let the legislature know how important it is to fund it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to follow up real quick to Mr. Castile's comments, and also Dr. Denley, your pie diagram where you overlaid supply and demand. Frankly, I think it's underestimated, the delta there. And just a little personal experience I would share. I know that there's a lot of outsourcing currently in place. As we think about why Louisiana is different than the rest of the country, if you think about all the infrastructure that we have south of I-10 and industry and manufacturing, which is certainly unique relative to the rest of the country, the demands there for particularly engineering skills, a lot of that now is being outsourced to India. And the reason is because we just don't have the resources here locally. I met with one engineering company, small engineering company here recently, said I could hire 24 engineers tomorrow, but there's just no response to the opportunities here. Just don't have the skilled people in place to even apply. So I would say that your pie chart, representative pie chart, really underestimates that gap. So just wanted to share that personal experience, and those outsourcing numbers are significant. We're not talking about a couple of dozen personnel. It's thousands of jobs, because you started engineering, and as you know, from there it pyramids out to the draftsmen and the skilled labor from there. So appreciate the work in that space to help us to appreciate that gap, but I think it's significantly underestimated.
Madam Chair.
This will be our last comment, because at 11:15 the other meetings have to start, so we're going to wrap it up after this. Thank you.
I'm being reined in. I understand
I know
that totally. Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. You've now elevated my status as well.
There you go.
So, but on slide 29, though, to Regent Aubrey's point on ROI, if if we're going to make this case to the state of Louisiana, the business case, we have to be able to demonstrate what you, Dr. Denley, pointed out in slide 29, and that is look at the additional revenue that we can create in terms of $12 billion in state and local taxes. That is ROI. That is return on investment. That means if we invest in something, what we're talking about here in terms of education, here's the return on that investment. And I think that was a worthy comment of me taking advantage of my extra time.
Yes. These are always exciting meetings. This is where ideas and opportunities for improvement are sparked, and they spark action within our state. So thanks to everyone for joining in on this meeting and being so engaged. This is what is going to help our state and our students grow. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brumley to make closing remarks.
Thank you. I'll be brief, as I would not like to invoke the wrath of Regent Cordell. Look, Commissioner Reed and I are very committed to working together to continue to talk about what workforce development leading to high quality, high wage jobs looks like in the state of Louisiana. And I would say beyond just the two of us, we are in close contact with other agencies in the economic development space and career training space, and we'll continue to push on that. We think it's really important. But for the sake of time, and because Commissioner Reed is so articulate, I'll allow my comments to be passed over to her, and I'll defer my time to Commissioner Reed.
Thank you so much. So I will say that I'm grateful as we end this year for the opportunity to continue to do this work. Grateful to have this partner in the work still with me here in Louisiana. And really to the staffs and to the boards who are so focused on making sure that we're moving our state forward. It is a lift to move people from poverty to prosperity, but that is the work that we are singularly focused on doing. Trying to do what no state in the nation has done, which is to decouple a student's family income and their family's educational background from their likelihood of success, right? What we say in this room and at this table is your geography is not going to determine your destiny, because the people in this room are committed to making sure that opportunity exists for everyone. And so I just want to say how much we love this work, how much we understand the enormous responsibility that we have on behalf of the state and the students to advance this work. And I know that our chair is going to mention a few people who are around this table who we are grateful for, but I am grateful that we have the opportunity each and every day to do this work on behalf of our students in our state and to rethink and reimagine how to move this work forward. And thank you for your continued commitment to driving good work for our state. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, could I just have one comment? If we could consider at our next joint meeting when we speak about transformation, a report on the third grade reading cliff implementation this year and the results of that.
Sure. Thank you.
I'll put you on that.
Okay, we will now get started with our Board of Regents committee meetings, beginning with LATTA. We've got lots of acronyms in our group. Members, remember that we are being live streamed, so you'll need to turn off your microphones when you're not speaking. Also turn off your cell phones. When you're recognized, make sure you turn the microphone on and that you speak clearly into it. Commissioner Reed, would you please call the LATA meeting to order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call the LATA meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Will you all call the roll?
Dr. Reed,
Here.
Regent Aubrey,
Here.
Regent Cordell, Regent Creed, Regent David, Regent Finley, Ms. Calloway, Regent Levy, Regent May, Regent Meir, Regent Orr, Regent Pryor, Regent Shamee, Regent Solomon, Regent Sterling, Regent Temple, Regent Wall, and Regent Williams-Brown. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now move to item number 3, public comments. Are there any public comments?
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. Hearing none, we'll move to item 4, Members, you've received a copy of the minutes from the March 27, 2024 meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the LATA meeting? Moved by Regent Creed. Is there a second? Second by Regent Solomon. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Motion passes. Now we proceed to item 5, consent item. Robin, will you please proceed? Sorry, Robin, can you pull the mic close and make sure the button's pushed? Awesome, thank you.
Certainly. So this is approval of final rulemaking to amend Section 315 of the Start Saving Program rules to add the applicable interest rates for Louisiana principal protection and the earnings enhancements. These rates are set by the state treasurer. It is not a debatable item. It's set based on what has been deposited and the interest earned on these accounts. The legislation does require that this be implemented into the rules, which is why this is before you today.
Thank you so much.
And the LASPA Advisory Board does recommend approval of the consent agenda item.
Thank you, Robin. Members, you've heard the information. Are there any questions on the consent agenda item? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda item? Moved by Regent May, second by Regent Creed. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Is there any other business to come before the LATA committee?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Regent Meir, is there a second? Regent David, all those in favor say aye. Motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Next up is our nominating committee. Regent Solomon, please call your committee to order.
Thank you, Chair Cordell. I'd like to call the nominating committee to order. Doreen, will you please call the roll? Or if not Doreen, I could call the roll. I remember all my committee members. You got it? All right. Regent Aubrey. Regent Levy. Regent Muir. Regent Williams-Brown. And I'm present as well. I've never done that in 6 years. Look at that.
Always a first. Always a first.
All right. So we're going to move on to item number 3 to discuss the nomination of board officers for 2025 for the positions of vice chair and secretary. The nominating committee would like to make the following recommendations for 2025. Vice chair, Regent Sterling. Secretary, Regent May. Members, you've heard the recommendations from the nominating committee, which includes the following members, Regent Sterling and May. Is there a motion from the members of this committee to accept the nominations for board officers for 2025?
So moved.
I got Regent Finley, and I got a second with Regent Levy, but I'm not sure Regent Finley's on the committee, so I'm going to ask for a different second. Regent Williams-Brown, thank you. Any discussion or any questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Your support is noted also, Regent Finley. Motion passes. We're going to move on to item number 4, the nomination of 4 non-officer members to serve on the executive committee for 2025. The nominating committee would recommend the following members to serve on the executive committee: Regents Creed, David, Temple, and Williams-Brown. Members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion from the nominating committee to approve the nomination of non-officer members to serve on the executive committee? Regent Levy? Second from Regent Aubrey. Any discussion or any questions? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, saying nay. The motion passes. Congratulations to our 2025 officers. We know you'll do great. We will swear in you all at our January meeting. Is there any other business to come before the nominating committee today? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Regent Muir, is there a second? Regent Aubrey. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, saying nay. Motion passes, and we are adjourned.
Next up is the Finance Committee. Regent David, please call your committee to order.
Yes, sir. Regent David.
Here.
Regent Meir. Regent Creed. Regent May. Regent Solomon. Regent Temple. LC2CS representative. Mr. Temple, LSU representative. Southern University system representative. And UL system representative.
All right, thank you. The only thing better than one Temple is two. Okay, so the first thing, and I've asked Elizabeth to talk to you guys. You know, Elizabeth is taking over Matt's role over here, Matthew's role over here, to provide us for an update of the 5-year funding formula review. Every 5 years, we look at our formula and tweak it in association with our colleges and systems to figure out what little changes we can make to help incentivize our agenda, to incentivize our master plan, to help make everything work. And I know everyone at Board of Regents, along with Elizabeth and the colleges and systems, work together to suggest some changes to the formula for this year. There will be no votes in this committee today. This is some informational piece about that. I don't know if the commissioner wants to add to it as well.
Thank you so much, Regent David. Yes, so we are, as has been mentioned, doing our 5-year review. It is collaborative. It is an important process. As I know Elizabeth will share, the challenge that we start with is that we are underfunded by over $700 million in the funding formula. So every dollar matters. It's very tight. Institutions are concerned about that, but we do want to make sure we have a formula that is outcomes-based and that's driving the kinds of work that we know will make a difference in what we just reviewed in our joint BESI meeting, more students successfully completing. So with that, I know Elizabeth has a very short presentation. Again, this is not for a vote. We will bring the information to you in January and look forward to conversations with you to make sure that everyone is comfortable and we have an ability to review all the metrics. Regent Aubrey mentioned about dual enrollment. I want to make sure we talk about that as well as we move forward. But Elizabeth, if you'll give just some high-level comments.
Happy to. Good morning. As was stated, Dr. Reed and Regent David asked me to provide a quick overview of our funding formula process and work group actions that have been held to date as we seek to complete our work in the coming month, as Dr. Reed noted. The Board of Regents is constitutionally tasked, which is here on our slide, with providing a fair and equitable distribution of funding for our institutions. That is implemented through the funding formula. The work group's objective was to collaborate and develop a funding formula aligning with our master plan goal of 60% of working age adults receiving a high value credential or degree by 2030. The missions of our 2- and 4-year institutions, as well as the workforce needs of our state. But this process is not without its challenges. First and foremost, at present, as Dr. Reed noted, higher education is estimated to be underfunded by about $700 million. The formula allocates the funds we receive, and we certainly need more. We recognize that our institutions have different missions, but their outcomes are all the same: completing graduates who become productive members of our state's workforce. Further, the formula works to provide some portion of predictable funding, while also rewarding improved outcomes. We were guided by certain principles. One, that the formula be aligned to the state's workforce needs. That the formula focus on supporting and graduating students. That the formula recognize and reward the different missions of our institutions. And that the formula use clear and concise data to measure progress and drive improvements. So the work group began meeting in March and included representation from all 4 systems, as well as the Board of Regents. Finance and academic officers, along with institutional research officers and institution presidents, made up the entirety of the work group. During our meetings, we worked with a national consulting firm and we reviewed best practices across the country. We received tremendous amount of good feedback from our systems, and we of course worked collaboratively. That feedback from our systems included that the formula be workforce centered, that it incentivize completing students, and that the metrics be more mission specific to our institutions. The proposed model, as we've noted, was a very collaborative effort, and it reflects exactly what we heard from our systems. It has an increased emphasis on education attainment in high demand and high reward disciplines. It is, again, very much workforce focused, and it provides some fiscal stability and predictability in the base, as we are tasked to do as such by statute. And it directly aligns with our Meauxmentum Framework and our master plan goals. The focus is on student success. The proposed model metrics reward our institutions who increase their undergraduate and credential completion, recognizing transfer pathways, dual enrollment, and passage in critical gateway courses. The proposed model also recognizes research as a standalone component, along with validated skills and learning credentials at our two-year institutions, of which we are seeking funding to support. In summary, the model is simpler. It focuses on high need, high demand workforce completers, while awarding the strengths of our institutions. The commissioner and the system presidents will be meeting early next month to review this updated version following our 5-year assessment, and we plan to bring you a formula for your review and approval in January, as Dr. Reed noted. Again, this was just an update on our work, and we certainly look forward to sharing more with you within the coming new year.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Say, when it speaks to not funding any 100% online,
Yes, sir. Not funding 100% online out-of-state students. So if those students are living in Texas and they are participating in an online program at one of our institutions, that student does not go toward formula funding.
okay,
No,
so
sir.
100% online and out of state go together,
Yes, sir.
and then associate degrees that are at four-year institutions are not funded as, I'm sorry,
Correct.
are not
Correct.
funded as well.
Yes, sir.
And that's our current practice?
Yes, sir.
And so we just wanted to reiterate that we're keeping our current practice on those items.
And oh,
Does that student look like?
you want to answer that?
So
David, or
there
would you
are,
like me?
there are institutions, I don't know if Tristan's still in this room. I
No,
think he went to the
unfortunately,
broadband meeting. So many moons ago, when we created the community college system, associate degrees were moved, most of them, to the community colleges. Some four-year institutions kept legacy associate degrees. And so the decision was made, I guess Bob may know, several decades ago to say, if you're going to keep it, we're not going to fund it. You either transfer it or you keep it and know that we're not going to fund it. So that's a sort of a legacy of
But it was a policy strategy to align the community.
college. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That makes sense.
Louisiana Tech, that year, associate degree in nursing, they were keeping no state support for that program.
Not in the current formula model, in that
Not
regard.
that they got no funding, it's that it wasn't recognized in the
just-
model.
Exactly.
So they would get
They
the
get their
tuition.
money, they could spend their money when they
Yep.
want at their school, but it just wasn't recognized in the
Right.
in the
Funding formula.
funding formula.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, they definitely get,
So you get the
Credit
tuition, but we don't have it in the form.
yes.
In terms of weight, things like that.
Yes.
Talking to some of the institutions, why would there be a distinction of underweighting of a doctorate in nurse practice versus a PhD? How would the doctor of nurse practice be weighted?
I will have to look into that. I don't have those weights apologize, fully memorized. But I'm happy to look into that and get back to you on that question, Regent Aubrey, for sure. So, not a problem. Yes, of course.
I just think the issue is making sure we're clear in high demand areas of really difficult to find. But you get PhDs, I shouldn't call it a program, but some other name where you can find them, but because it's a PhD rather than a doctorate in nurse practice, I'm learning more and more about this. But there's distinguishing weight of the nurse practice less than some of the programs. Same as educational specialists. A lot of times in K-12 systems need people to go get these specialist certifications, but from what I'm told, the formula doesn't recognize those credentials at the same weight.
Okay. We'll definitely look at that. And if you have any other that
Whatever
are
list you
discipline
have, let's send
specific.
it so we can find out what that is. That's it.
David, in particular to the comment, the profession weighs those differently. So there are certain things that a doctorally prepared nurse can do. That would be a prepared nurse cannot.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, yes, sir. Solomon.
So, if the cost gets absorbed into the base, right?
It does and it doesn't. The
Okay.
cost is absorbed both into the base as well as into the outcomes.
What was the outcome percentage last year?
In the current model,
Yeah.
it is 35%. 30%.
30% in the current model.
30% in the current.
35% proposed in the new model.
So let's take an example of, we all read the headline and know about the UNO situation.
Yes, sir.
How, if the cost is getting absorbed into outcomes and base, and an institution does a radical change like UNO,
Yes, sir.
does that create, and granted, UNO needs everything they can get, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that create a windfall in some way, or does that create a deficit in some way if the cost component is no longer
If they reduce
calculated?
the cost,
If they reduce their cost by 15%, as they did,
right,
and the cost component of the formula no longer exists, how does that string out, I guess? I can't wrap my head around it, is why I'm asking the question.
So I'll let Elizabeth correct me if I'm wrong, but the data is a year previous.
Yes, ma'am.
So it'll be last year's cost.
Okay.
So we'll have that as a starting point. And then if there's a reduction in cost to try to make their budget, the question I think you're asking is what happens next year, right? Because you're saying that it will cost them less to educate because they have a budget deficit they have to address.
Right.
And are they being penalized for reducing their cost in a model that rewards cost?
That's my question.
So I have to go
Better
and look
articulated than I could have asked.
I have to go and look at that question. It's an important question. We'll go and look at that to see
I
how the
think
model would address that.
Especially as we're instituting the quarterly fiscal health, I expect the institutions are going to be even more aware of the relationship between their enrollment and their cost than ever before, and I'd like to be sure that this model is incentivizing them to do the most prudent thing with their cost,
Right.
and not somehow undermining themselves when they make that choice.
Got it. So reward efficiency, not disincentivize. Got it.
Yes, ma'am. My other question is around the outcomes. So we now have the benefit of the Blanco data, right? Or we have the system that's connecting all these dots that we've never been able to connect before. Are we leveraging, I don't know what it would be, but are we leveraging the insights through that new data sharing in some way that drives the outcomes or to set the outcomes?
So the Blanco Center is working on the longitudinal data system. When our data whiz comes in, Tristan, I'll ask him where they are in actual ability to produce the data versus the memorandums of understanding. Do you know? first cycle, so she's saying the sharing agreements are in place, and we're still in the early days.
Yes.
So we will benefit
Yes.
as it's developed.
Very much.
Yeah, so the outcomes right now are not pulling that data in some way and actually using it yet, but as we revise the formula in the future, we might learn things through Blanco's data that can get fed into this model.
So right now, when we look at outcomes and we say how many students are graduating, how many students are graduating high demand, how many students are graduating that are low income, we have that snapshot. That's traditional. The magic happens when you're able to back map a graduate from a low income family, from a whatever it may be, and say how many interventions did it take for that student to become successful. So then you have dosage conversation, right? This student needs this much dual enrollment, this much student tutoring, and this much financial aid to get to completion, to be successful. So that's what it allows us to do. It allows us to know a more holistic review of what it has taken to get to success, as opposed to just the narrow definition we have right now, which is in higher education completion agenda.
And does the model contend with dual enrollment in any way?
Yes. Yes. It does. And we'll share more as we complete that, but it does. Yep.
That's all my questions.
I double checked
Awesome.
Regent Solomon when Regent Aubrey asked the question. I knew it did, but it 100% does.
All right, any other questions or comments? Thank you for those insightful questions. And look, if you have any of these lists, let's bring them to Elizabeth so we can have them checked, because there are going to be some efficiencies, there might be explanations. We don't want anything to be arbitrary. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next issue. Item 4, the 2024 third extraordinary legislative session update. Elizabeth, can you give us an update on the tax special session? It was completed last month, and what we have to look forward to.
Sure. Happy to. So again, this is a brief overview of what went on during the tax session that just ended in November. At this time, I believe Treasury said a little bit of this morning as well. We're not fully aware of all the impacts of the session. They're still being calculated by legislative staff, and will not be fully known until after the Revenue Estimating Committee, which is affectionately called the REC, meets next week, and the constitutional amendment is voted on in March. But as you know, we have submitted a budget request for additional higher education funding, as well as information that was requested related to proposed budget cuts to higher education. It's certainly our hope that the work completed in the special session will minimize or eliminate any potential cuts to higher education. It's also anticipated that, subject to the passage of the constitutional amendment in March, that the UAL will be paid down, which is a legacy debt on retirement. It will allow the permanent pay raise for teachers and support workers at our K-12 side of the house, and provide savings of about $80 million to higher education. So that's to say we don't have all the answers at this moment, Regent David, but we are working to get them, and hope we will have more answers next week after REC.
And then we have to have the big election and things
Yes,
like
sir.
that too. So I guess we'll find out as 2025 unfolds. I know most people in this room are very familiar with that session and the implications and what's going forward, but no one quite knows what the outcome's going to look like.
Exactly.
Any questions or comments about the recent tax session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Or systems. How much were they paying? How much of the state money were they turning around having to repay for that unfunded? How is it going to impact the local campuses?
Sure. So I can tell you for all of us, it is $250 million that we are returning to the state for this fiscal year. But I can provide the detailed allocations for you without an issue.
So when that goes away,
Yes,
the
sir.
actual campuses would realize
Some savings. Part of that $80 million in savings is allocated across all of our institutions. Yes, sir.
So let me make sure I'm real clear on where we are. the legislature in the session passed legislation to sweep the fund, passed legislation to give a permanent pay raise to teachers and support workers, passed no legislation regarding higher ed. So the chair has spoken with the division about ensuring that there is language in HB1 regarding any savings to higher ed. It's not guaranteed in law. We have to advocate for it.
Right, but the institutions, because it's unfunded, they're having to go back and pay back
Correct.
An amount annually. They've been doing this for years.
Absolutely.
So because they're sweeping it and paying it up, they're not going to have to do that anymore. So in addition to the savings of $80 million, I understand that the campuses are going to be able to keep that money at the local level. That's what I was trying to figure out how much, and maybe that's not the case.
We have to ask for the ability to retain the savings. Yes. The law does not specify that. Correct. Right? So it is our intent, and I think their intent, to say, yes, you can keep the savings, but they have to mechanically write that into HB1 for that to happen. That's why I just wanted to make sure. It's not automatic. Yeah.
Any other questions or concerns? Again, that's informational only. I'll move on to item 5, the House Resolution 169, Retirement Task Force meeting update. Elizabeth, I think you have some updates on that task force. It's still meeting, I believe.
Yes, sir, it is. So the Board of Regents was tasked by HCR 169 to develop a task force to examine ORP and TRSL retirement plans and their potential impact on staff and faculty recruitment and retainment. The task force is made up of members representing all 4 systems, TRSL, Board of Regents, and an ex officio member from the Legislative Auditor's Office. The task force was asked to search out and share best industry practices, and this is written into the HCR language. We were to look at other states, specifically within the South and regionally, to see how their retirement plans for higher education are managed, and identify and discuss employer contributions in comparison to other states, as well as note any differences in language and the statutes that may need to be modified. So as Regent David noted and is on their slide, our next meeting, our final meeting, is next Wednesday, December 18th, with the task force report due January 10th. It is due 90 days, at least 90 days prior to the regular session beginning. So we just wanted you to be aware of our proposed recommendations, which are listed on the slide, and we will be bringing the final report to each of you for approval next month.
Great. Any questions or concerns about that? All right, one little bit of other business too. I was chairing a meeting a couple weeks ago, and as I asked for a motion to adjourn, my lawyer advised me, and Uma, tell me if this is wrong, I've Googled it, it seems right, that if you followed your agenda, and if adjournment is on the agenda, and you're not ending your meeting early or before you finish your agenda, there is no motion to adjourn needed. I can merely adjourn my committee, and we can move on to the next one. Does that sound right? Is that a no or is that a yes?
Well, with that being said, Regent David, I'll change to the next
No,
slide.
it's on the agenda. Adjournment. Perfect.
So,
Whatever the attorneys agree to, thank you.
thank you.
Wait. Yeah, it is listed,
It is
and it's on our agenda too as adjournment. So yeah.
Okay.
Efficiency.
If you skip on your agenda, all bets are off. You have a motion.
No. What were we saying earlier? We never want to stop learning, so thank you for that. Next up is our Facilities and Property Committee. Regent May, will you please call your committee to order?
Sure. I'd like to call the Facilities and Property Committee to order. Mr. Herring, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Chair May.
Here.
Vice Chair Weil. Regent Aubrey.
Here.
Regent Levy. Regent Meir. Regent Solomon.
Here.
Regent Temple. LCTC representative. Southern System representative. Supervisor Salter. Supervisor Temple. Yeah. Okay. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll move now to item number 3, consent agenda, small capital projects report. Chris?
Yes, sir. We have 9 small capital projects that have been approved since our last Facilities Committee meeting in October of this year. Standard projects that are submitted on a monthly basis. So this is just reporting back to the board. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we recommend approval of the consent agenda.
We have a motion by Regent Meir. Have a second? Second by Regent Aubrey. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Right. Motion passes. Act 959, Project LSU A&M Head House renovation.
Yes, sir. Again, this is an Act 959 project, which 959 allows institutions to pursue capital projects outside the capital outlay bill process up to $10 million, so long as the funds are not derived from state sources. In this instance, LSU's requesting approval to renovate the head house facility. This facility previously served as support structure to 2 greenhouses that have now been demolished. The head house sits in between 2 student housing facilities that were constructed in 2021, and the plan is to renovate the interior and exterior of the space to create a student dining establishment, as well as to provide a common area for students to gather. The site's approximately 3,500 square feet, and the facility will contain a new dining area and market, with both sections having a separate kitchen and cooler area. They'll share the common service area, and there'll be new restrooms, as well as some site work outside to create the space for the students to gather. The project cost is $5.7 million for everything, and it's being funded with self-generated revenues provided by LSU's auxiliary services. I'd be happy to answer any questions on this project. Otherwise, we recommend approval.
I'm sorry, who moved? Okay, motion by Regent Aubrey. Is there a second? Second by Regent Levy. Any discussions, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes. Other business. Is there any other business before the committee?
No, sir.
Very good. Per advice from Regent David, the committee is adjourned.
And we're rolling. Next up is Statewide Programs Committee. Regent Pryor, please call your committee to order.
I'd like to call the Statewide Programs Committee to order. Robin, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Regent Pryor.
Here.
Regent Creed. Regent Levy. Regent Shamia. Regent Weil. And Regent Orr. You have 5 present, and that is a quorum.
All right, thank you, Robin. And we go to our consent agenda. Our first action item is item number 3, the consent agenda. Robin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, I don't really know how to work this thing. There we go. Okay. The first item is approval of final rulemaking for the MJ Foster Promise Program that was passed, legislation that was passed in the 2024 regular session. This rulemaking, as you see at the bottom of the agenda, actually reduced the age of MJ Foster by 1 year each year until the minimum age is 17. And it also required that the board define the term 1 year. The next item, does anybody have any questions about that one? No? Okay. The next item is approval of final TOPS rulemaking to implement Act 211 of the 2024 regular session. What that bill does is add computer science as a requirement for the TOPS OPH and the TOPS Tech Core. It does allow students to take that as an extra math, as one of the science requirements, or for the OPH core, that's Opportunity Performance Honors Core, as a substitute for foreign language. And for the TOPS Tech core, it allows them to take it as one of the 9 required Jumpstart courses. And this is that final rulemaking. We brought the original to you in August. Any questions about that rulemaking? Okay. The next item is approval of new rulemaking for the Chafee Educational and Training Voucher Program to implement Consolidated Appropriations Act language. This is just going into effect for this academic year in 24-25. What the Consolidation Appropriations Act did was to allow students to receive the full $5,000 that's available under Chafee over and above their cost of attendance. Students eligible for this program are those who have been in foster care or continue to remain in foster care. So this adds that extra benefit to them. If they have enough grants or scholarships to cover cost of attendance, this would provide them with that extra funding over and above that. Does anybody have any questions about this rulemaking? No? Presently, what the schools do is they look at all of the aid that the student gets, and the Chafee ETV is reduced by that amount. So the total for a year is $5,000. But if a student only has $2,000 of additional need after all of their other grants and scholarships have been paid, then they only would get $2,000 for the year. All right, moving on to the next one. This is an exception of first impression for this group. This is a regional contract program exception to the deadline that requires a student to either begin working in a Medicaid approved facility or to begin repaying the loans that they took out through the regional contract program. What that is, it's an agreement that the Board of Regents has with the SREB, which allows students in Louisiana to attend an out-of-state school at a reduced rate, but they have to sign a promissory note. And for every year that they receive funding, they are required to either work in a Medicaid-approved facility, or they have to pay it back with 4% interest within 6 months of completing their program. We have a student who has requested an exception to that requirement. She finished her program June 1st, and she has been unable to start working, and she is requesting an exception to that requirement to start working or to repay. Just a deferment, not a complete exception to where she would not have to pay it ever. It's just basically a 6-month deferment. Any other questions?
I'll ask, what is the regional contract program?
So there are 2 programs that are not offered in the state of Louisiana at all. So the agreement that the board has with the SREB will allow these students to go out of state and attend those 2 programs at a reduced rate. The 2 programs currently are podiatry and optometry. Until we got the VCOM facility at ULM, there was also osteopathy was not taught in this state, so students would have to go out of state. What this program does is allow the students to attend out of state at a reduced rate, but they have to come back here to do that 18-month Medicaid facility work. So it allows us to have people trained, but come back here to treat individuals in the state. Anything else? The next item is approval of TOPS home study exceptions. We have a student who has requested an exception to the TOPS statutory provision that requires a student to begin a home study program no later than the end of the 10th grade. which means they have to start in the home study program at the beginning of 11th grade. The student has provided facts and circumstances that they think justify a request for an exception. So that is why this is before y'all. It has been reviewed by the advisory board as well. And the last exception, these are the normal exceptions that you see. These are requests for exception to the TOPS regulatory provisions that require students to remain enrolled and to earn 24 hours every academic year, and to the MJ Foster requirement that a student maintain continuous enrollment in school. The LISFED Advisory Board has reviewed all of these items and they recommend approval of the consent agenda items.
Okay, members, you've heard the recommendations from the LOSFA Advisory Board. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion moved by Mr. Creed. Is there a second? Second by our student member, Ms. Wells. Any discussion? Any questions? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Is there any other business that come before this committee?
One quick item, I did
Right.
want to provide an update on MJ Foster.
Okay.
As you all know, we are out of funding for this year. We are waiting for the revenue estimating committee.
Pause. We have
Yes.
a new member on our committee. Tell us briefly, what is MJ Foster versus TOPS?
Okay. The MJ Foster Promise Program allows a student to attend certain programs, 5 industry sectors, that have been approved by the Board of Regents and the Workforce Investment Council, that are high need, high wage. That program, as opposed to TOPS, a student can study anything they want to study. It is based off of high school performance. They have to have a specific GPA, a specific core curriculum, as well as a specific ACT. There are no academic requirements for the MJ Foster Promise program other than that the student must have a high school diploma or concurrently enroll.
Thank you.
No problem. So for the other major difference in the context of this discussion is that TOPS is funded at a projection amount that is provided to them every year. And it was fully funded this year. MJ Foster, until this recent fiscal year, was funded at a maximum of $10.5 million each academic year. During this last legislative session, they increased that to $40 million, which is the maximum that can be appropriated, but the legislature only appropriated $10.5 million. There is $7.2 million left in the account from the original year the program was funded. In order for that money to be used for current year awards, the Revenue Estimating Committee must recognize that funding. As Elizabeth said earlier, that meeting is not until next week. After it is recognized, then Joint Legislative Committee on Budget will have to approve a BA7 for us to use it. So unfortunately, these meetings are backwards from the way that we would need them to be able to use this money more quickly to assist the students who have applied, but for whom we have no money available to pay at this time.
Mr. Solomon had a question.
You answered my question. I was going to ask about how the $7 million gets used, and you beat me to it.
That is how.
So what students are in a jam? Is it next year's?
This year's. We were not quite able to pay all students through November 30th. We had set a deadline and we reached the maximum that we could pay before we paid all of those students. So any students who had applied but had not yet enrolled, because MJ Foster students are eligible to take or are able to take non-credit programs, which start on a rolling basis. So they could have had a program that starts December 1, but if they weren't enrolled by November 30th, we have no money to pay them. Those students who had been enrolled in a program and were actually attending school were the ones who were paid first in accordance with what the statute provides we must do. So we ran out of funding in November.
So I wanted to make sure the board was aware in case someone comes up to you at a reception or church, etc., to talk about this. Obviously, having an adult financial aid program that's state supported is important. The bad news is we're out of money. The good news is there are reserve dollars that we will get access to. We hope to get access to them sooner rather than later. And then this board did ask for the state to consider doubling the scholarship amount to $21 million so that we have more adults who have access to resources to get a credential, to get a job. So the good news is it's a highly popular program in a very short amount of time, right? We're out of money really quickly.
Yes.
The bad news is we just don't have the resource. So we're trying to sort of juggle a couple of things: access to the dollars that are still there, advocacy for more dollars, and trying to communicate to individuals who are ready to go today that it's going to take a minute, right? So that's the work that we've got to do. But I wanted to make sure you were aware in case you hear, oh, my son, daughter, etc., applied for this adult financial aid. Do you know why there's a holdup?
Just a quick question. Do we have like a return on investment estimate for this program?
Actually, I believe the Board of Regents
do.
is in process of putting together their report. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we proved the report last month. We'll get it to you. The program is showing I think we had 3,000 students last year who participated, about 1,200 completers, and the report showed an average of a $20,000 increase in earnings as a result, but we will resend that out to you as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Creed. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Levy. Any discussions, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion passes and we are adjourned. Thank you. Ms.
Next up is Planning, Research, and Performance Committee. Regent Williams-Brown, will you please call your committee to order?
Planning, Research, and Performance Committee to order. Dr. Craig, will you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Chair Williams-Brown.
Here.
Regent Aubrey. Regent David. Regent Levy. Regent Shamia. Regent Sterling. Regent Orr. Ma'am, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Susanna. We will now move to item 3, the consent agenda. Susanna, please proceed.
Sure. So for the consent agenda today is pretty consistent with what we normally have for PRP. We have one renewal application for Pepperdine University in Malibu, California. Pepperdine University is accredited by the Western Association of Schools and Colleges. That is equal to, if you would hear us talk about SACs, for our colleges are accredited by the Southern Association of Schools and Colleges. For our students in Louisiana, Pepperdine University offers 6 master's degree programs, business, legal studies, behavior analytics, and psychology. There are only 6 students who are currently taking these courses at Pepperdine. The next 2 that you see are our Proprietary Schools Advisory Commission. We have 2 new initial applications. AGI CDL Driving Academy in Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is a truck driving academy that they are trying to open in Lake Charles, and in the Shreveport-Bossier area, a new massage training academy
in that area. Both of those schools met before the Proprietary Schools Advisory Commission, and the Proprietary Schools Advisory Commission recommended them for approval by the Board of Regents. In addition, we have 26 renewal applications that you will see here on the consent agenda. And senior staff recommends approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? Regent Sterling, Regent Aubrey.
You guys checked out that Shreveport massage thing good, right? I work at the DA's office, so, you know, we get it.
Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to item 4, the Hunger-Free Campus Report. Dr. Craig, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So we're very excited to present to you today the results of our Hunger-Free Campus Report. As many of you are aware, Act 719 of the 2022 legislative session charged the Board of Regents with establishing a process for designating campuses hunger-free and establishing, in addition to that, an award program which would provide funding to the institutions in that area. And so this hunger-free program was brought forth in legislation by Representative Barbara Freiberg, who has come to meet before you, I guess about a year ago. And but this is a national initiative, and Louisiana is one of 10 states who have actually signed on to this work. Food insecurity is a real problem on our college campuses, and it impacts a student's GPA, it impacts their ability to persist and complete the degree. I mean, if you are worried about where your next meal will come, you're probably not going to be studying for the test that you have to study for. And so when many of you were at Northwestern last week, you were able to walk through that food pantry of an excellent example of how our institutions are taking on this this moniker of the hunger-free campus and really creating a place where students are not afraid to go and get help, and not only removing the stigma so they are not afraid to ask for help when they need help. So national statistics tell us that currently 3 in 5 college students do not have enough to eat or a stable place to live, and that statistic for me is just not okay. We've got to do better. Sorry, I get passionate and I start talking and I don't click the slides forward. Forgive me. So then, part of the charge was 2-part. So it created the criteria. The institutions got the designation, and then they had, and then we created this award program. And so what we did is in the fall of 22, gauged resources and access to food, and we did a landscape survey of the needs, or a needs assessment, if you will, of all of the public institutions and the 4 Lakeview institutions that asked for the designation, and those are Centenary, FranU, Loyola, and Tulane. And so we got a campus contact and program-specific information about their specific program. And then Dr. Lupe Lamadrid and I began to meet quarterly with these institution contacts to talk about their program, to share best practices, to connect them with the national organization Swipe Out Hunger and the Feeding Louisiana organization, to help support in any way that we could. And so we, as a result of this particular survey, there was wide variable. I mean, we had some people with a closet that was only open on Fridays from 10 to 12, and then we had Bossier Parish Community College has a complete student support center with a garden where they're teaching cooking classes. So we really, we began to see the wide range of need across the state. So, and there you see the wooden box. A wooden box routinely stocked with non-perishable food items. What I loved at the Northwestern, and I'm really glad that you got a chance to tour that food pantry, is sometimes it's not just about the food. It's also about basic needs supplies that are very expensive. Okay. So as you see here on this chart, these are where all of the hunger-free campus institutions are located. Every campus in the state, every public institution in the state, and the 4 Lakeview institutions that requested the designation. So, the next thing that we needed to do is we needed to determine how we would award some of these funds, and Commissioner Reed was very instrumental in securing some dollars or using some dollars so that we could send out 6 $8,000 grants to, or not grants, awards to institutions. So we did a needs assessment, and we reached out to the institutions applying for these the $8,000, and we've got some really interesting results, and I'd like for you to look here. Some have a food pantry, some, once again, don't have a food pantry, but they provided transportation to the local campus pantry. 51% did SNAP enrollment support, and so we're really working with institutions with DCFS to go out and help these institutions support students getting enrolled in that SNAP enrollment support. So 40% of our institutions had food scholarships or emergency grants for students that when they came to the student support office in need, there was something already set up to help support these students. 25% said they had a meal swipe program. You know that when you go to, in many institutions, when you go to campus and you live on campus, you have to purchase the food, the cafeteria plan, and you don't use all your swipes. And so we've got 25% of our campuses who are finding a way to actually having students share their swipes when if they don't eat breakfast. That's a breakfast for every day of the semester. 22% have a community garden, 18 have a basic needs hub, 14% have cooking classes. We've got some campus farmers markets that are happening on 7% of the campuses. 3% of the campuses, and we really want to work on this, the EBT cards are actually accepted on the campus in markets that are on the campus. And then 3% provided transportation to the local community food pantry. So again, a wide range that we found that there's more that could be done, and these campuses need our help. So here's some of the information we gathered, some of the most pressing needs that they found, excuse me, was a consistent food supply. Some of these food pantries are supported by local churches. And so in almost every situation, they needed a consistent food supply, SNAP assistance, and educational programs surrounding that. Many of them said they needed additional funds, bigger space, staff to run the facility, and assistance with a greater variety of foods for the students. So when we looked at this, and this is again part of this needs assessment that we gathered, 8 institutions have no funding whatsoever. They receive no dollars from their institution to operate the food pantry. They have, it is all based on community support. 5 had $5,000. 3 had between 5 and 15. We had 1 at 20, 1 with more than 20, and then 6 did not respond to this question. So my guess is those 6 are in that 0. So we knew that this grant award was going to be beneficial to many of our campuses. For our first hunger-free campus grant awardees, Louisiana Delta Community College, LSU Health Science Center Shreveport, South Louisiana Community College, Southern University Shreveport, University of Louisiana at Monroe, and the University of New Orleans. And they used this $8,000 in a variety of ways. Some bought refrigeration, which is what they said. If we could have some commercial grade refrigeration, we can have we can store perishable foods and fresher foods for our students to get. So some bought commercial grade refrigeration. One community college bought not commercial grade, but refrigerators, and they put a refrigerator at each of their satellite campuses because they had multiple campuses with students in need, and they packed like go bags. Like you could just go to the refrigerator and grab the go bag out of the refrigerator to take with you when you needed food. We had a lot of them really needed to market where the food pantry was on the campus. At Northwestern, it was it's right there, right across the street from many of the big buildings, right in the middle of campus. But on other campus, if the campus had found a spot for them, it might be maybe not in the student union where all the students could see. So some marketing tools and were necessary, and so they've spent dollars there. And so each of the 6 institutions were very grateful for the funding. We have some additional funds that we are going to start the second year of our award process, but we really have come up with some recommendations and some next steps that Dr. Lamadrid and I are going to work on within the next calendar year. We really need our institutions to partner with DCFS, the Department of Children and Family Services, to schedule SNAP eligibility sign-up days every semester to make sure that the students that are eligible for a SNAP EBT card, it works just like a credit card. There's really is not a stigma attached to it. You swipe your card and you put in your PIN like you would with a debit card. We want to help facilitate that. We've been working with the DCFS to review statewide SNAP eligibility requirements to determine if some policies might be modified so that students who are in a college program could be considered in a preparing for the workforce. I would begin to say if you were in an engineering program, you're preparing for the workforce. We're going to meet with the Hunger Free Task Force on each campus to discuss campus programming efforts. We are going to ask for some state funding this year, even if it's just one-time dollars that we can then get really out to the institutions so that they can support this. We want to create some tiers of distinction, if you will, a gold, silver, and bronze category, because we know that there are some institutions out there that are just really killing it, and we want to recognize them. And then we want to meet with the Council of Student Body Presidents to talk with them about whether or not they would be interested in just a $1 student fee, $1 fee per student to support the needs of the student pantry. Again, we don't assign fees as the Board of Regents, but we are exploring that option to see if any of our student body presidents would like to take that on at their own campus to help support the food pantry on their campus. And I'm going to end with a quote from a student that we received. I'm so grateful for the Privateer Pantry and wanted you to know that your support in giving me food, washing powder for my clothes, snacks, tissue, and that can opener I needed so bad helped me get through school without thinking about survival. And I don't know what I would have done if you weren't on campus to help students in need. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. So we end there with a really heartfelt thank you from the students who are really receiving these services, and our campuses are doing a really good job of removing the stigma of asking for help and then getting the help that they need. So if there are no questions, senior staff recommends the board receive the 2024 Hunger Free Campus Program Report and authorize the Commissioner of Higher Education to submit it to the appropriate legislative committees on behalf of the Board of Regents.
Regents, this is wonderful work that's being done, and we know that it's way past the need. Is there any other business to come before the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee at this time?
I'll move.
Yes, we do need a motion to accept the recommendation.
I move to accept.
Your second? Okay.
Yes, and we have been actively working with Feeding Louisiana. Anyone that you can connect us with, we are connecting directly to the institutions.
Well, Claire Babineau is the president of that, and she's a
Yes.
ULL graduate, and so
Yes.
she's been there, and so I'm sure she would love to do it beyond just the Lafayette area.
That's great.
Absolutely.
We would love it.
And she visited UNO with us right when she started her new job.
Mhm.
So definitely, the more the merrier. for sure.
Absolutely. We are connecting our institutions with anyone who's willing to help. And so if you reach out to us, and let us know. Dr. Lamadrid, I don't know if you have, is there anything else you would like to add very quickly? Yeah. Yes. Oh, great.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Regent Brown, you still need to vote on your motion.
What's wrong?
We got
You
a
vote
motion
on your
and a
motion?
second. Now we need a vote.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All others signify by saying nay.
Wait. Oh.
Start all over again.
All right, let's restart. Look, I
We're too excited.
I had
That's
to
okay.
laugh. I told Dr. Reed that I'm usually between you and your lunch every board meeting. And today they moved me out of order and I'm still between you and your lunch. Okay, here, let's try again.
Let's try it again. Is there a motion to approve the items presented? Okay. Regent David and Regent Aubrey. Any discussion, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Quick lunch in the Marboy's room. And okay, guys, we're going to try to stay on time as much as possible. So next, we have got Yep, is that right? We have got the Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting, and Regent Sterling, will you please call your committee to order?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Cordell. I'd like to call the Academic and Student Affairs Committee to order. Dr. Denley, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Creed. Regent Aubrey. Regent Finley. Regent Pryor.
Here.
Regent Williams-Brown.
Here.
Regent Orr. LCTCS representative. LSU representative. Southern representative. UL system representative.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item 3, the consent agenda. Dr. Denley, please proceed.
Yes, so today we have a very general routine staff approval consent agenda. It has 2 undergraduate certificates and 2 a postgraduate certificate. But other than that, it's name changes and changes in CIP codes. Senior staff recommends approval of those items on the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Committee, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? Second. So moved by Regent Creed and seconded by Williams-Brown. Any discussions? Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Now we're going to move on to our academic programs. Dr. Denley.
Thanks so much. Yes, so today we have 4 academic programs that I will present to you. The first is a Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation at Nicholls State University. To introduce this program, I've been joined by, President Gallo is here, together with Chancellor Clune and the team from the University of Louisiana system and also Nicholls State. And they'd like to tell us about the Marine Academy, which is actually going to house this marine transportation program. This is a statewide effort to actually provide marine education and maritime education here in the state. So really, really exciting. So I'll get out of the way. There's a great team, and they'll take us through a presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner, Madam Chair, Regents. Thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to come before you today for this new and exciting program. We're going to sort of run a relay race here. I'll kick it off and hand it off to others who will carry it on. I was very fortunate to inherit a great idea, and that was already well underway, so I certainly can't claim credit for the idea nor for much of the work that has already taken place, and you'll hear about it. But when you think about Louisiana and the maritime industry and how much of our state's economy and our way of life centers around navigable bodies of water, whether they be blue or brown water, certainly this is a natural fit. And when you think about the fact that this would be the first maritime academy created in over 60 years in our country, and there are only six existing, this would be a big deal. And so, again, to give you more details about the Maritime Academy and the background and what our request is today, I will hand it off to Drs. Norris and O'Rourke from the University of Louisiana System Office.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Janine O'Rourke. I serve as Provost for the University of Louisiana System, and it's wonderful to be with you all this afternoon. As President Gallo mentioned, the maritime industry is a massive industry, not only here in the state of Louisiana, but in the United States as well. And it is a huge economic impact for our state and for the United States. In the U.S., the maritime industry employs over 650,000 people and produces $150 billion in annual economic input. In Louisiana, our home state, the industry employs just under 23,000 individuals to manage the 5,000 miles of navigable rivers, bayous, creeks, and man-made canals that move 238.7 million tons of freight, value at $59 million. The industry, today's industry, faces many challenges such as technological advancements, sophisticated trade flow dynamics, and an aging workforce, as well as emerging opportunities to include logistic technology, sustainable fuels, blockchain technology, and so on. To successfully manage such transformation, a multidisciplinary and well-trained workforce is needed. Understanding that higher education, the enterprise itself, remains a primary vehicle for developing this workforce at scale, the concept of the University of Louisiana Maritime Academy was imagined. Our vision, our efforts began in 2022 by looking at existing programs that our 9 member institutions currently offer that can meet the needs of the maritime industry. Partnerships were forged with existing maritime training programs offered by the Louisiana Technical Community College institutions and by industry, all with an eye towards specializing in brown water, the native inland and coastal waters that are critical to so many states, especially our great state of Louisiana. The ULMA was designed as a comprehensive and cooperative model, with Nichols offering the 4-year degree that will lead to maritime federal designation, and this is the degree program that this board will be considering this afternoon, along with incorporating an assortment of 2- and 4-year degree programs, 2+2 pathways, and specialized standards of training, certification, and watching programs and courses. And what you see here is basically a depiction of what this looks like, the 3 legs of the stand. Existing programs that our 9 institutions offer that Dr. Norris will touch on in a moment, the 4-year degree that we hope you'll approve today that will be offered at Nicholls State University, and of course partnering with industry and with our 2-year partners. Dr. Norris?
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Norris. I serve as the Vice President of Advancement at the University of Louisiana System. And my primary role at the system is to cultivate strategic partnerships. And I can tell you, to my knowledge, the partnership between the UL system and the maritime industry has really proven one of the most valuable partnerships. And it really has created a framework for us to understand how strategic partnerships should happen. And so I'll walk you through a little bit I'll walk you through how this happened. We started with a conversation with our River Pilots Association. They came to us and they shared that they had some concerns about the maritime workforce pipeline. And who better to approach than the UL system, who has over 83,000 students and graduates over 16,000 students annually. And so we said, sure, we can do it. We're a yes team. And so what we learned, or at least what I learned, is that the maritime industry is certainly a vast industry and multifaceted. And so we thought we were being approached about river pilot positions, but in fact, we were really asked to look more comprehensively at the industry. And so, we went to our provost, our chief academic officers around the system, and said, what are some direct industry-related jobs and indirect industry-related jobs that could contribute to the maritime industry? And what you see in front of you is a list of existing degree programs that could potentially tie into the maritime industry or academy as we move forward. So we're excited about that. Of course, we got a letter of support from our governor and legislation was enacted in 2022. One of the things that we did was we met with Representative Mark Wright, who was instrumental in pushing our efforts forward, and so we were very lucky and fortunate to have that. We've been working with our federal delegation as well to identify funding. We do have $1 million earmarked for us as we move this initiative forward, so we're excited about that support. And then finally, you know, we've spent a lot of time around the state working with our internal and external partnerships in 2024, which is almost over. We have worked really hard to identify which of our legislators who will champion this, what external stakeholders will champion this. We've established an advisory council because, as you can imagine, Dr. O'Rourke and I were not quite equipped to roll out a maritime academy alone, so we brought in the experts, and you'll be introduced to one shortly. We visited Texas A&M Maritime Academy to really understand what work lies ahead of us, and we do have quite a bit of work ahead of us, but what we do know is we have a team that's ready to take on this work. And so we've also had our board approval of the Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation, which is very exciting, as well as the Bachelor of Science in Vessel Operations and Technology at Nicholls State. And at this point, I'll pass it to Dr. Clune, who's been instrumental in this work.
Thank you. Chair Cardell, Commissioner Reed, board members, I'm joined by Captain Kelly Denning, retired from the Coast Guard recently, ran the New Orleans sector, and she is the new executive director of the University of Louisiana Maritime Academy, and I could not be more excited. I want to credit Dr. Todd Keller, standing to my left, our chief academic officer, who put this curriculum together remarkably well. The proposed Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation degree is designed to prepare students for a career in the maritime industry, with the primary objective qualifying to sit for the U.S. Coast Guard Third Mate Deck Officer license, which would lead to an unlimited license to captain any vessel. The program is focused on preparing students for this Third Mate license. It's a critical qualification for working in the maritime industry, allowing graduates to take on roles such as officers on merchant vessels. The program is designed to earn federal maritime designation from the United States Maritime Administration, MARAD, an important credential that aligns with national standards for maritime training. The degree program is part of a broader initiative, as was mentioned, that includes the University of Louisiana system, universities, as well as partnerships with various community colleges and universities across the state. The curriculum does require more than 120 credit hours. It totals 132 credit hours. This comprehensive curriculum ensures that graduates have specialized knowledge, skill, and abilities required to meet both the general education requirements as set out by this board and core degree requirements as outlined by the U.S. Coast Guard, as well as courses that appear in other Maritime Academy's curricula like port operations, advanced shipboard operations, admiralty law, advanced visual signaling and handling, and a 3 credit hour course in licensing preparation. By providing students with the necessary credentials and training, the program aims to contribute to the growing demand for qualified merchant mariners. The program's focus on industry standards and workforce readiness is bolstered by various partnerships with state institutions as well as private partners in the industry. In summary, this Bachelor of Science in Marine Transportation program aims to provide students with the necessary qualifications to pursue a career in the maritime industry, focusing on the U.S. Coast Guard licensing and STCW certification while playing a key role in supporting Louisiana's maritime workforce needs. And now, Captain Denny.
Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, I'm Captain Kelly Denning, and I'm very happy to be a part of this team to bring the reality of the Louisiana Maritime Academy to this state. I'm just going to go over the next steps on how we do this. First, I'm looking to see what Coast Guard approved courses are already available at other institutions that we could use. And we're also working closely with Fletcher because they are planning to have Coast Guard approved courses in the future. Doing that so we're not going to duplicate efforts. We certainly don't want to build something that we can already use that's in existence. That's not good for the budget. So once we do that, we will then determine what courses will need to be housed at Nichols. And then we're going to need to work with Coast Guard approved instructors to design the spaces and build the curriculum. And that's what will lead to the Coast Guard approval for our own courses. They need curriculum space and instructor approval for the Coast Guard to say yes to our classes. And these are going to be the courses that are necessary for the State Maritime Academy designation. And the reason that we're looking at those particular courses is because that's what MARAD or the Maritime Administration will say yes to when they're designating us as a State Maritime Academy. So we're going to make sure that we've got the right courses, see what we need to build at Nichols, and then make it a reality. And of course, we're going to do all this while working with our maritime partners in the industry. They're going to help us out with sea time in the interim until we have a vessel. So we'll make sure that we're securing opportunities for our cadets to get underway and get their sea time. And eventually, we'll be working to recruit quality and diverse candidates as well to come to the program. I don't think that's going to be a problem. We've already been getting phone calls from people that want to sign their kids up tomorrow, so that's a good sign. And then we're going to do all this while working hand in hand with the Coast Guard and MARAD to make sure that we are staying on track throughout the process. And with that, we'll take any questions that y'all might have.
What a wonderful presentation, President Gallo, to you and your team. It's an exciting time and just an extraordinary addition to higher education, and great to see a female captain. So are there any questions for President Gallo or the great team that he has assembled to bring this to reality?
With regard to funding, understanding the initial investment the state has made to the system to help launch this program, will you be seeking additional funding to undergird, particularly in the early days for these, and what did that look like?
The short answer is yes, and we've already received a commitment of earmark from Congresswoman Letlow of $1 million for the initial seed required. So, and we back in October, the three of us went up to Washington, met with Speaker Johnson, with Majority Leader Scalise, with all of our other congressional delegation members, who were all overwhelmingly supportive of this effort, and pledge not only their words but their work in providing not only the funding but the regulatory approvals that will be necessary in order for us to get this get it going. So again, the short answer is yes.
Okay. And would this program fall into the category one of those high-cost programs that now we have flexible tuition? Would this one be in that? And
It will certainly fall within that category, and that's why, especially early on, the support of our industry partners is so important. And when Captain Denny talked about sea time, and so we've got partners like SWES Offshore that has existing simulators that we will have access to use. And I mean, these are multi-million-dollar vessel simulators that they will make available for us until we're in a position to invest in those ourselves. So again, we would not be here without the support of SWES and Bollinger and all the other maritime partners, the pilots, all of the ports and other organizations who are really all excited because the workforce is so important and so needed.
Yep. And Dr. Denley is not here, but I know it's going to be a part of it. When we look at I said the information that I'm looking for is not here, but could you provide, working with them, what that curriculum, that 132-hour, what that looks like, that will be proposed for this? I just want to look at the technology piece that will be a part of it.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, when you talk about technology, Regent Arbery, all of our 9 schools will contribute some portion to this overall program. So when you think about the cybersecurity requirements of having vessels that have technology that's secure from cyber attacks, obviously we have institutions within our system, Grambling State University, Louisiana Tech University, that have distinguished themselves in the cyberspace. You think about University of Louisiana Monroe, and we often think about them from the standpoint of the only public pharmacy school, but their atmospheric sciences program is one of the strongest in the nation, and as they are expanding, expanding their mesonet across the state of Louisiana, we'll be able to provide the weather component to this. So again, this will be a collaborative effort. McNeese, as they pursue the Center of Excellence in LNG, right? All of these pieces will fit together. So this is a system-wide initiative.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you so much. I want to echo Regent Sterling's comments about how phenomenal this is. First in 60 years. I'm interested, Captain Denning, first of all, thank you for saying yes to leading this. Phenomenal for us. I'm interested as you think about your own Coast Guard experience, but then the horizon issues that President Gallo just spoke about, right? The evolution of the work with technology, et cetera. How do you think about positioning us well for what we know will be a dramatically changing workforce as we move this work forward? So you have industry partners, I think it's great, but I'm curious about how you think about your own Coast Guard experience and then fast forwarding that to the skills and competencies of the next set of experts in this field.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for the question. President Gallo hit on it really well. Another part of the industry that we're looking at is the maritime is an aging industry as well. So we got a lot of folks that are exiting the workforce. What's exciting about creating something new is that we have an opportunity to take a look at the technology that is in existence out there. When I started driving ships, it was many, many years ago, but you could go out on the bridge wing and feel the wind, and you could, that's how I could tell where it's coming from. That is not what it is now. When you go and drive a ship, you're completely enclosed. It's like a little computer. So, I mean, that's great for technology, but that's what the kids today are going to come in, and they're going to learn how to do that. So, again, we're going to be new, so we're going to be able to take a look at what the maritime industry is doing, where they're moving from a cybersecurity perspective, from there's the bridge of a ship, down in the engine room, what they're using, some of the new fuel systems that are out there. There's just so much, and Louisiana as a state is on the cusp of all of this. It's just a really exciting time to, one, be in the maritime industry, and more importantly, to start a school that's going to educate the future of that industry.
To just add one additional tie-in, when you think about our naval architecture program at University of New Orleans, which is a very unique program in and of itself, as we look at the emerging technologies in vessel design and construction. These are all pieces that, again, will fit together very, very neatly across our entire system, and UNO will obviously be a significant part of this academy as well.
Thank you very much for that great report. Dr. Denley, are you ready to proceed with your remaining degrees?
Madam Chair, while they're transitioning, I would like to commend the University of Louisiana system for, recognizing the challenges, the fiscal challenges, a new system president and some of these institutions that are having to deal with, whether it's enrollment or whatever the issues are, but to also continue to not lose focus on the collaborative opportunities that exist for us to still move forward. And so that can be tough in today's time. So President Gallo, I commend you and your team for not losing focus and the purpose, despite the pains you may have to be going through.
It's a both and. We have to build efficiency but be innovative and certainly it's surprising to think that as a water-driven state, we're just doing maritime. So, wonderful, wonderful. Dr. Denley.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And let me concur. It's just an incredibly exciting program and a wonderful opportunity. And for someone who grew up by the sea, it's just, again, incredibly surprising that Louisiana does not have this already. But we do now. So this is just incredibly exciting. So on to the other degrees we have today. So the second degree is a Bachelor of Science in Data Science at Southern University of New Orleans. You'll remember when I presented back in September that one of the significant strategic occupational areas there in the New Orleans area was around data science. And so we need many, many more data scientists, both statewide but specifically in the New Orleans area. And so adding this capability of having a data science program at one of our HBCUs right there in New Orleans is a terrific additional capacity for our state. The second program that I want to present is a Bachelor of Science in Neuroscience at the University of New Orleans. This again is a really terrific opportunity for us both as a state and also for the University of New Orleans. I think we've all read around the restructuring that is happening at the University of New Orleans, and this degree is part and parcel of the strategy of that reorganization. It is the case that on faculty at the University of New Orleans, they actually have the faculty expertise to be able to put together this multidisciplinary degree around neuroscience. It is, in fact, a very strategic degree both within the New Orleans area and across our state. It is the case right now that in New Orleans, several private universities have existing neuroscience programs, and they are extremely popular, but there is no public option for a bachelor's degree in neuroscience in our state right now. There is a doctoral degree at the Health Science Center in New Orleans, but not a bachelor's program. So this opportunity for the University of New Orleans to be able to restructure the program portfolio that it has, to take advantage of the existing faculty expertise that they have as part of the important reorganization that they are undertaking as an institution. I think this, sometimes people talk about, well, one stone killing several birds. This is exactly that when it comes to an educational program. So really terrific. Then the last program today is a master's degree in allied health at Northwestern State University. I don't need to tell members that Northwestern State has been a powerhouse in health education in this state for a very long time. And so this is really building strength on strength. This is the folk there at Northwestern State taking advantage of the existing expertise that they have to create effectively a pathway for people who are looking to take administrative positions in healthcare, and I know you certainly are a champion for that and understand the significant need that we have across the state. So with that, senior staff recommend approval of these 4 academic programs, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. Committee, you've heard the report and the recommendations. Are there any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the academic programs as presented? Regent Creed, second. Regent Arbery. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Our next item is new research centers on our college campuses. Dr. Denley.
Thank you so much. Yes, so we talk a lot about academic programs, but every once in a while we have the opportunity for us to approve some new research centers, and we have 2 categories of that. We have approval of a significant new research center, but also a center of excellence, which really recognizes extraordinary achievement in that particular area. We're going to work with both of those today. The first is the proposed new program or new center in environmental research at Southeastern Louisiana University. This is a program that really is looking to do specific research around carbon capture sequestration. that there is, I think you know, especially in that area of the state, a very significant new opportunity to undertake this kind of new technology, and there is a substantial amount of opportunity for research that surrounds that work, as well as an ability to be able to help the public understand what is being undertaken and what it is how it might benefit them. And so this new center is specifically set up to undertake that work. It will include the work of 5 faculty primary investigators, as well as 20 postdocs, and certainly will be, I think, a significant addition to our state. The second is, as I say, a center of excellence in equine health and sports performance at LSU State University. I know I don't need to convince you that LSU Vet has been a significant powerhouse in equine medicine for quite some considerable time, and the LSU Vet Center is looking to really build, again, strength on strength and create this center of excellence in equine health and sports performance. They propose to really knit together all of the current expertise that they have to be able to create this new center of excellence. This will, of course, position them much more effectively to be able to compete for significant grant support, as well as really creating a forum for the kind of research we know would be supported by such a center. So, senior staff recommends approval of these research centers as presented.
Thank you. You've heard the staff recommendation regarding the research center. Are there any questions? Do we have a motion? Motion from Regent Creed, second. Second by Regent Orr. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion passes. Now we're going to move on to item 6 on our agenda, our 2024 reports.
Thank you. I think I've lost count as exactly how many legislative reports I've done this year for you, but this is 2 nonetheless important ones for us to work through. The first is 2024 Articulation and Transfer Report. This is really called upon by Act 356 in 2009 that it created the original transfer structure that we have here in Louisiana. As you know, since then, there has been further legislation to create the State Articulation and Transfer Council and the Universal Transfer Pathways much more recently. It is the case, as things currently stand, that of the 18,290 baccalaureate completers last year, right around 5,000 of those were transfer students, and about 1,000 of those transferred with associate degrees. I know I don't need to convince you that we would like those numbers to be bigger. And so the bottom line of the Articulation and Transfer Report is that really, since I've arrived here anyway, we have been working to, I think the best way to think of it is, we have been digging the garden and planting the policy and procedure and practice to really move the needle on transfer. And so it is now the case, this fall we implemented those first 24 universal transfer pathways. We are right now working on those additional 16. We have done all of the policy needed to be able to really make sure that general education transfer is seamless across the state. We have done all of the procedural work about really creating reverse transfer. And so, as I say, that the work is in the ground, and so it is now the case that certainly I'm very optimistic as I bring these reports in future years, we will start to see that needle move on the numbers of students who are successfully completing because of the very strong work that our faculty and administrators have done across the state in putting forward strong transfer articulation agreements. So this year's report does in fact describe that essential groundwork, the universal transfer pathways, and the work that we are just about to undertake. But certainly moving forward, we still have more work to do. But as I say, much of what I'm presenting today is just effectively saying, here is the level playing field. What we want to see from here on out is the improvement that we've all sought along the way. So senior staff recommend the approval of that articulation and transfer report and authorization for the Commissioner of Higher Education to submit the report to the appropriate legislative committees on behalf of the Board of Regents.
Dr. Denley, you want to take these individual?
Yeah, I think so. I think the way it's set up, we've done it that way.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
All right. We've heard the report and the staff recommendation. Do we have a motion to approve? Regent Reed, second. Williams Brown. All those in favor by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion passes. Next report, please.
Thank you. Yes. So, to present this 2024 Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Report, I'm going to be joined by Mitch Dillon. I thought that it would be, I know there's been quite considerable interest in these programs that we have built together. And so I wanted to allow the board to meet Mitch and to meet a student who has been through one of these programs and talk about the benefit of that program to him. So Mitch, thanks so much for joining us today. Could you tell the board members about what you did there at the program in Nichols and how much you enjoyed it there?
I had a great day, and I met a lot of new people, and now I'm living with my sister in Brookstone, and I got 2 jobs. There's been a lot, and there's been a lot of things, and I can spend my life.
Tell us about the 2 jobs you have.
I work at a Christmas Pace, that's a grocery store, and I work at Stone Creek, and I come to people, I pick up the stuff, and I clean.
And you love it, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
We know that you do. Do board members have any questions that they'd like to ask Mitch?
I don't have a question, but I do want to praise Mitch. You all know that we've been trying to expand this program, and we need legislative support for this program. So as you see the picture there with Senator Boudreaux, who was the author, we brought our ringer in, Mitch, to testify in Senate Finance, and the result was an additional $1 million. So proud of you, Mitch. So Mitch told them not only did he have 2 jobs, but that he was paying his taxes. So I want to make sure we're clear about that. But just so proud of you, Mitch. Mitch sits on the council, and so he keeps us informed about what's happening and keeps us focused and centered on the students who benefit from programs like this. So we're proud of you, Mitch. Good job.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, so I mean, at this point, I just page through all the others, right? So it is the case, and again, a huge thank you to so many people across the state for the support that they've had in this program. We have several current programs. You'll see there at the bottom, the University of Louisiana Monroe. You may remember that when we began this program, all of the programs were in the south. We now have a program in the north, but it's also the case that we have 2 programs at HBCUs, Southern University A&M and Southern University of New Orleans. Neither of those programs existed when this support began, and so again, looking forward to the work that we are undertaking. It is the case that we have 2 new applications to explore still further. So you can see that Southern A&M is receiving funds for establishing that new program, and Central for the planning grant. And then we are also, through the program, dispersing funds to existing programs to be able to build the capacity that they have. Altogether, across the state, we have almost increased the capacity by 50%. And so this is a really terrific work. It is the case right now that we are receiving applications to further this work still, and so those programs are under review. But certainly senior staff recommend approval of the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Report and authorization for the Commissioner of Higher Education to submit the report to the appropriate legislative committees on behalf of the Board of Regents.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. And again, Mitch, thank you for being with us and sharing your story and your work on the council. It makes a difference. And it's great for us to live the fullness of what inclusivity means. We sometimes think about things in a very restricted way, but I think we all will leave here after hearing the Student Hunger Initiative, as well as this, we all will leave here with the real spirit of Christmas in our heart, with the great work that's done at Regents to touch lives wherever we meet people and wherever they are. So thanks to everybody. Do we have a motion to approve our post-secondary inclusive education report? Regents William Brown, second. Regent Creed. Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Denley, is there any other business?
There is not.
There being no other business, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Next up is the Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee. Regent Finley, will you please call your committee to order?
I'd like to call the Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee to order. Ms. Robinson, will you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Regent Finley?
Here.
Regent May? Regent Muir? Regent Pryor?
Here.
Regent Shamia? Regent Weil? You have a quorum.
Thank you. So next on the agenda is item 3, the division of endowed chair into endowed professorship at LSU. Ms. Robinson, can you please proceed with your presentation?
Absolutely. LSU requests to divide the Paul M. Horton Chair in Chemical Engineering, which is a $2 million endowed chair that has been matched by the Board of Regents Support Fund, into 2 very large endowed professorships, one at $1.2 million corpus and one at $800,000 corpus. Both the original donor of this chair and the LSU Board of Supervisors have approved this action, and the staff recommends approval.
Members, you've heard the staff recommendation regarding the LSU Division of Endowed Chair. Is there a motion to approve this item? It's been moved by Regent Muir. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Regent May. Any discussion? Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the Board Regents Support Fund Plan and Budget for FY 25-26. Ms. Robinson, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. As many of you know, this is an annual presentation we do in December, following on from the Treasurer's presentation at the joint meeting about the returns in the Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund. The support fund is funded, has been funded since 1986 on the proceeds from that trust fund. So I will note before I begin my presentation that if the trust fund is repealed, along with the sub-funds, which include both the Board of Regents Support Fund and the BESI 8G Fund, if they are repealed by a vote of the people on March 29th, this plan and budget that I present to you today will not be enacted. So just so you are aware of that. What is the Board of Regents Support Fund? It is established in the Constitution. It is funded by the proceeds from the trust fund. The proceeds from the trust fund are divided 25% to fund growth, which you heard this morning is about $1.6 billion in market value in the trust fund, and the remaining 75% is divided evenly between the Board of Regents for higher education initiatives and BESI for K-12 initiatives. On the higher education side, we are constitutionally mandated to pursue 2 goals: to improve the quality of higher education in Louisiana and to enhance Louisiana's economic development. We have pursued both of those goals, which are framed as equal in the Constitution throughout our 37-year history. We are charged to do this through 4 constitutionally designated programs. These programs are the only areas in which we can provide funding, and the programs are endowed chairs for eminent scholars, enhancement of academic research and agricultural departments and units, targeted research and development, and recruitment of superior graduate students. I always note when I go through the programs that caveat under enhancement of academic research and agricultural departments and units. The support fund is unique in that all of the funds that we can expend can only go to the academic side of higher education. We don't provide general support services across the campus. We cannot fund
athletics, we can't fund recreational activities. We are really in the business of enhancing academics across our institutions. This is the constitutional requirement that brings us here today. It requires that we provide a plan and budget no fewer than 60 days prior to the regular legislative session. Even though this provision was repealed by act of the legislature and signature of the governor in Act 1 of the third extraordinary session, that is in place until there's a vote of the people. This is why we are here today with the plan and budget for fiscal year 26. The structure of the support fund, I mentioned that we have 4 constitutionally designated programs. We actually run 10 programs in the support fund. 5 of these provide endowment matching opportunities, and 5 of them provide grant opportunities. The endowment matching opportunities are for chairs, which you just heard about. Those are the large $1 million plus endowed positions for senior faculty with high impact and high productivity. Endowed graduate scholarships for students pursuing graduate degrees in any field. Endowed professorships, these are smaller faculty enhancement awards. Workforce scholarships, which are for 2-year workforce programs, and our endowed first generation scholarships, which provide support for undergraduate students who are first in family to attend a higher education institution. Our grant programs, we have several research and development programs, all of them but one in STEM. About 90% of all the funds we've provided through the support fund have supported STEM initiatives. About 8% in addition to that fund education and business programs, and the remainder funds the rest. So we have lots of STEM R&D opportunities, as well as our departmental enhancement program, which purchases educational and research equipment, provides curricular enhancements, student support, and all kinds of things that can enhance academic departments, as well as a graduate support initiative, and of course our federal matching program. The support fund is the source of federal match for research programs from NIH, NSF, NASA, and other federal agencies. We have provided about $100 million in matching funds, and that has generated about $800 million in economic benefit to Louisiana. Our award types, as I said, we have grants and endowments. The grants have the majority of the funding over time, though endowments over the last decade or so, as our revenues have dropped off, endowments have really caught up. It used to be about 60-25 in grants and endowments, and now it's 58% of funding in grants, which is direct support for educational and scholarly work, and 32% in endowment matching since 1987. The endowment matching is provided to a donor contribution. Once those 2 pieces of money are together, it creates a permanent restricted account that is dedicated to only what the donor defined as the purpose, including the policies that we have that define purposes for chairs, professorships, and so forth. And those permanent accounts spin off investment earnings every year, and that is what is used to support the faculty holder or the student holder. Funding by program, what does it look like for our programs? How much money have they received program by program? Endowment matching is about $300 million, $306 million in match. This matches a corpus of about 800, this is added in and becomes a corpus of about $800 million in permanently restricted funds. The market value of these accounts is north of $1.3 billion at this point. There are about 4,600 endowment accounts at 42 institutions across the state that have been matched by the support fund. The support fund is the single largest donor to higher education in the state. Graduate fellowships is about $100 million. This is a program we had for a long period of time that provided large fellowships to graduate students pursuing master's and doctoral degrees. We suspended this program when the revenues fell past the point where it could be sustained. About $100 million in federal matching, $177 million in research and development, about 18% of all our funds. But I will say that the last time we did some work on the return on investment to those R&D funds, which we can do dollar for dollar, as opposed to soft return, the return on investment was about 10 to 1. So for every research dollar we gave, the state brought in about 10 in external funding that was non-state funding. And finally, our enhancement grant is the largest, about $300 million. The reason it's the largest is it's the broadest base. It's eligible, it's available to every kind of institution for all kinds of activities. It's the one that most institutions participate in. And the total investment we've made in higher education in Louisiana since 1987 is almost $1 billion, $979,834,386. How do we develop our budgets for the coming fiscal year? It's important to remember that the budget that I'm going to present to you is not for fiscal year 25, the year we're in. It's for fiscal year 26, the year to come. So the first thing we do is we look at all of the available information on amounts that we think might be available to the support fund, and the staff formulates an initial recommendation. How much do we think is a reasonable base budget, and how much do we think should go to each of the programs? I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like in a minute. And then we take that to our internal support fund planning committee, which is comprised of representatives of all the systems as well as several other state agencies. We take it to the planning committee for their consideration. The planning committee recommendation is what's being brought to you today. So that's the line, that's where we are. Today you will consider and adopt the budget, we hope, and then we go through the formal process of submitting it across the street to the legislature and the governor at least 60 days prior to session. It becomes part of House Bill 1, which is the appropriations bill, and the final budget and spending authority are stipulated during the session for a fiscal year that begins July 1st. Our revenues, as I said, we have seen significant declines in revenues over the last 15 years in the support fund. Since I have taken over management of the support fund, believe me, I have nothing to do with the decline in revenues. But you see the big dip. When in 2008, in the middle of the Great Recession, we hit our highest point at $35 million. What this means is we were dispersed $35 million to expend on those grant and endowment programs. Now in 2026, we're looking at about 17 million. Last year we got a little more than 18 million. That is a little bit of a step up, which is great. But we are looking at revenue estimates around 17 million for this year. So that brings us to the recommendation that we put forward to you today. With a base budget of $17 million, we think this is reasonable. One of our revenue estimates is right about at 17 million. The other revenue estimate is lower, but those are somewhat dated. They're also, we have some funds in unexpended dollars from previous years that we can use to backfill. In addition to that, the way that the Board of Regents funding works, we expend at the end of the fiscal, not the beginning of the fiscal year. So we have a lot of ability to adjust to declines in revenue, to increases in revenue, which I'll talk to you about when I cover contingencies in the budget. So this is just the overview of the budget, and I'll go into breaking it down just a little bit into, this is how we do the budget development. We start with that big number, which is $17 million. And the first thing we take out are prior commitments. What these are existing contracts that are already on the books and federal matching obligations. So what we've promised the feds that we will match in grants that we're either applying for or have received, and contracts we've already signed with the institutions. We have about 200 to 250 existing contracts with institutions for that direct support through grants. And the total we have obligated today is $5,679,537. That's the first number that comes out of that 17 million, is our prior commitments. The second number that comes out is our administration budget. This pays for the staff who run the support fund. Our staff is small but mighty. It's about 3 people full-time and a couple people part-time, including me. And this is all established by statute. The statute declares that we can spend no more than 3% of the 3-year average of expenditures on administration, for a total of $590,722. I would note that our staff back in 2008 was much, much larger than it is today. even though we continue the same programs that we were running in 2008 with only a couple of exceptions. The staff has fallen from 11 and a half people to about 3.2 doing day-to-day operations of the support fund because of that decline in revenue. The final thing, whatever's left in that budget is for new awards. So these are awards that will go through the competitive process in fiscal year 26. We will receive proposals. We get external evaluators. These are out-of-state experts in their fields who review all of our proposals. They provide funding recommendations and written analyses of every proposal we receive, which do go to both the winners and the losers of the awards for their debriefing. So the new awards, we have $900,000 in federal awards in year one. These are matching dollars that we are putting forth for federal awards we know are coming. These are all statewide federal awards. Endowment matching, about $5.89 million in endowment matching recommended across the 5 programs. And for support fund grants and contracts, about $3.939 million for a total of $10,729,741. So what happens if we don't earn $17 million? That's what the contingencies are about. We always have contingencies in our budget. If it is higher than $17 million, which hasn't happened in more than a decade, we will expend additional revenues only as approved by the board. So if we planned to recommend additional revenues, we will bring them to you for approval. We will not, we typically do not look for any increase in our spending authority from JLCB. So we will live within our means and we will bring any increases to you for approval. If things are lower, if the dollars are lower than budgeted, which is normal, unfortunately, we will take reductions starting with proportional reductions to the competitive programs in new money. So those are not obligations that we've made, and we will take a proportional cut across all of those programs until we hit the dollar amount we need. If additional cuts are needed after we've zeroed out the competitive dollars, this has never happened in the history of the support fund, but just in case, we always have this provision. Reductions will be taken in our one non-competitive program, which is endowed professorships. And if additional cuts are needed after that, only then will we look at taking any reductions to existing obligations. As I said, that has never happened in the history of the support fund. So with that, the senior staff does recommend approval of the fiscal year 25-26 support fund budget with contingencies as presented. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
I'm not on the committee, but I have a question about if the trust fund goes away, what happens?
When in Act 1, the trust fund and all sub-funds were repealed. So the support fund goes away, is the short answer. Now, we are working through what exactly that means operationally. We have sufficient, what we call reserves, but are unexpended dollars earned in previous years, that are sufficient to cover existing obligations. So those 200 to 250 contracts, plus our federal matching obligations, would require about between $9 and $10 million, and we have enough to cover that. So we are hoping that we do not have to cancel any existing awards, but going forward, there would be no funding for support fund operation.
And our colleges and universities are aware.
They are.
They are aware. We have about 50 million plus of donor obligations that would have to be met. We talk with the administration throughout the tax session about that, as well as whether or not the state would want to stand up some sort of research agenda as well with state funding instead of support fund support. So those conversations are ongoing, but yes, we are certainly planning on both sides. We're legally required to pass a budget, also required obviously to plan for what could happen if there is an affirmation of the vote in March.
Immediately. The plan is to liquidate the funds by late April, early May.
And if you listened this morning to the presentation, they have begun planning for that.
Yes.
They're planning for that because they want to make sure that as early as possible they can address the teacher and support worker pay raise.
And the way Act 1 is written, there would be no dollars available. The earnings that we are receiving currently for fiscal year 25 would be part of the liquidations, so we are proceeding with the competitive cycle this year, which started before the announcement was made that this was going to be part of the tax and revenue package. So we're proceeding with that as normal. But my understanding is there will not be funds for new awards in fiscal year 25.
Yes, correct. The chair and I have talked about this and the broadband dollars that are coming in, the 50 million. Tristan will be talking about another big win that he got a week or two ago. And so the support fund staff, Carrie and her team, are excellent at grant management and grant operations. And so our vision is to continue moving that work forward because we have more dollars that are coming in than 17 million. So we were going to need experts to make sure we get that done. Any other questions?
No,
Members of
that's- just did want to make one comment about Carrie and all of her work. You put your heart and soul in this. We see that. We know that. We certainly value you. We want you to realize that we need you here, and thank you for all that you're doing. And we're going to continue your work somehow. We're going to make it happen.
I appreciate that, and on behalf of Christine Norton, Brian Jones, Chris Medier, and Jennifer Stevens, who represent the support fund staff who are upstairs now, we appreciate the value that this board has always placed on the support fund and the work that they do every day.
Members of the committee, you've heard the recommendation from the staff related to the 25-26 budget. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
It's been moved by Regent May. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Regent Shamia. Any discussion? Any more questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. You all have heard me say this before as the chair of this committee about Carrie and the people who work with her, that they are a committed group. As you hear her every time she comes into this room, she is thorough. She is clearly dedicated and committed to the work that they do. We have conversations offline, and so I know just how committed she is to this work with so few people, as she said, the decline in their staff. And I will not talk anymore about the repeal of the trust fund on March 29th, but as you can see, although that has happened and she clearly understands that, they continue to work on a budget that may be moot, that may not even come to pass, and that's how committed they are. So Carrie, I want to echo the sentiments of what you've heard from other people on this board, that we do appreciate the work that you do. I personally recognize all of the time and effort that you and the team put into this to work and commit to stewarding these support funds for all of these years. It's not easy. For the research that comes out of it, the donor commitments, the endowed chairs, the professorships, and so much more that we can't talk about at this time. And I hope that, I know the board recognizes it, I hope the people in this audience recognize it, and more than that, I hope the public recognizes the work that has been done here. So we're grateful. We look forward, regardless of what happens, to your continued work with the Board of Regents. And please share that with your staff, that you have done really great work. You all continue to do great work, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you. Is there any other business to come before this committee?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Been moved by Regent May, seconded by Regent Muir. Any discussion? Hearing none, without opposition, we are adjourned.
Next up is the Personnel Committee. Regent Levy, will you please call your committee to order?
I'd like to call the Personnel Committee to order. Doreen, would you call the roll?
Regent Levy,
Here.
Regent Sterling. Here. Regent David. Regent Finley.
Here.
Regent Solomon. Regent Temple. Regent Williams Brown. You have a quorum.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is the appointment of the Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you so much, Regent Levy. As you all know, the appointments of deputies at the Board of Regents come as a recommendation from the commissioner, but a required ratification from the board. So I am very pleased to bring to you the recommendation for Elizabeth Bentley Smith as our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration. You have her bio in your binder, but she's been with us since 2021. She came from the division where she was state budget manager. She's been a faculty member and certainly understands the financial responsibilities that we have to ensure that we're supporting our institutions well. So I'm very excited to ask for your approval of her in that position.
Okay, members, you've heard the recommendation of the staff. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation? Motion by Regent Temple Couch, and second, Regent Sterling. Is there any further discussion or questions? Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that motion is passed. You want to say something? Oh, no. Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and if there's no further business, is there any further business? None? Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a second? All right. We are.
Okay, members, this concludes our committee meetings, and we'll roll right on into our board meeting. I'd like to call the December Board of Regents meeting to order. Members, remember, we're being live streamed, so you need to turn on your microphones and speak clearly into them. We will now move to call the roll. Doreen, will you please call the roll?
Regent Aubrey. Regent Cordell. Here. Regent Creed. Regent David. Regent Finley.
Here.
Regent Levy. Regent May.
Here.
Regent Meir. Regent Orr. Regent Pryor.
Here.
Regent Shamia. Regent Solomon. Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Temple. Regent Weil. Regent Williams Brown. Here. You have a quorum.
All right. Next up is public comments. Are there any public comments?
No.
Hearing none, I'll ask for any additional public comments after other business. Members, you've received a copy of the October 23rd, 2024 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Aubrey? I like it. I like it. Any discussion, any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Members, as you may recall, at the October 23rd, 2024 board meeting, I mentioned that the Board of Regents bylaws require certain amendments in response to Act 491 of 2024. The board's current bylaws provide for the election of all office holders, chair, vice chair, and secretary by the board. Under Act 491, the governor may elect and appoint a chair of various boards, including the Board of Regents. The governor exercises that authority. Therefore, the board's bylaws need to be amended to follow state law. You've been presented with the proposed bylaw language change. Are there any questions about the language change? Hearing none, if there are no other questions, do I have a motion to approve the amendment?
So moved. Second.
Okay. We have Temple and May. Any discussion, any questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Members, we have another bylaw change that staff is recommending. Currently, Board Procedure BPP 4.1A Task the nominating committee with developing recommendations each December, including representatives to serve on the Board of Regents Proprietary Schools Advisory Committee. Under the law, the Proprietary Commission members serve a term of 4 years. There have been numerous off-cycle appointments to the commission due to vacancies arising before the end of the 4-year term of the Board of Regents appointees. In consultation with General Counsel, it is recommended that the appointments to this commission be made by the Board of Regents when a board appointee vacates the commission and is not as a regular function of the nominating committee, as the timing for appointment members for the commission isn't actually like those of the offices of the executive committee. Boy, that's a long sentence. The change will simply delete reference to the Proprietary School Advisory Commission from the functions of the nominating committee. In the future, staff will be bringing a proposed appointee to the board for its approval when vacancies arise. Staff will distribute the necessary language prior to the January board meeting, so please be on the lookout for that. Are there any questions at this time about the proposed change? Okay. Reports and recommendations of standing committees. Next, we will vote.
I've got a question.
Oh, sorry.
A vice chair or secretary of the board shall not succeed himself more than one time. It goes on beyond that. What does that mean?
So you're two.
In that specific role, or could someone who's a secretary be a vice chair? I got you.
They just can't serve in the same.
Two, you don't want, two, one.
Okay.
Thanks. They can ping pong back.
Yes. That's right. Okay. You good?
Good.
Okay. Next, we will vote on all of the committee reports and recommendations together. However, if any board member wishes to take up, in Globo?
We didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion.
So, motion made by Regent May. Sterling second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on. So now we're here?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we will vote on all the committee reports and recommendations together. However,
Madam Chair, I move that we approve.
love it. In Globo. Love it. Motion made by Regent Aubrey. Second by Regent May. Any opposed? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Now we move to the chair's comments. The chair needs some water. I feel like I could spit a cotton ball right now. This has been, I'm gonna keep it brief because I know everybody's got places to go. But this has been a great learning experience. I've spent a lot of time down here. I've come down about weekly.
Every week.
My kid's tired of seeing me, but he likes dinner. I'm learning so much. This staff, I just cannot say enough great things about them. Anything I need, it magically appears, although I know that that's not magic. They work really hard. They work double time. Higher ed and healthcare are always on the chopping block. And this team really has learned how to do more with less, and they keep doing more. So I just want to say that I appreciate everything that y'all have done. I appreciated working with all the board members, and it's great to be around such a team that's got a heart for higher ed. So thank you for all that you do. Well, I appreciate that. I had some big shoes to fill. Literally. You guys set a high bar. But thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. And next up, we are going to hear from our student board member, Miss Kennedy Orr, who's doing a great job. I have to say, I went to the investiture at McNeese, and they were bragging on her, talking about what a great addition we have to our board, and I have to agree.
Nice.
She's doing a great job. Thank you, Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just reflecting on this past year, I would say that this academic year has been a success. From my point of view, I know that given we had a very active hurricane season, that did do some damage, but those campuses remain resilient and strong. And all of our student government presidents have said that although this year did have its challenges, that they juggled it well, and that they are excited to continue in their positions. And as we all close out with our final exams and we're upon graduation ceremonies, it's just very exciting to see as we move forward in our momentum goal, and making sure that we're doing our part as students to make sure that we reach that goal in 2030. And we appreciate all the work of the regents, the staff, everybody that has just poured and make sure that, you know, although higher education is always on the chopping block, you always make sure that you try to protect what is left of higher education and hopefully grow it as the years to come. So we greatly appreciate all the work that you all are doing. We're excited to go to DC together, and just looking forward to an amazing spring semester. So thank you all and happy holidays.
Thank you, Kennedy.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to take this time to thank and say goodbye, possibly to some board members that I've served with these many years. Darren Meyer, Gary, Bob Levy, David Aubrey. Anybody else? It's a big chunk.
Felix is not
And
here,
Felix,
but he's,
that's
yes.
a big chunk of the board that we've been serving with for many years, and say fond farewell to those, and hopefully not, but hopefully we'll see each other again in some capacity somewhere, maybe at the Super Bowl. But hopefully hopefully we can all see each other again, and want to say thank you all. You've done extraordinary work. We've been through so many meetings down here in Baton Rouge, and like we say, there's no game tickets, there's no concert tickets, there's nothing but a lot of work to be done when you're serving on the Board of Regents. There's not even a scholarship to give, it's just work. And so I want to thank you all, and I've learned so much from all of you, and fond farewell, and I'll see y'all somewhere down the road, as they say.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to move us forward a little bit. The next slide is a shout out to LSU Eunice and River Parishes Community Colleges, which were among 200 colleges recognized by the U.S. Department of Education for their efforts in promoting degree completion, post-secondary success recognition program. So very proud of their good work. Next, Regent Temple just mentioned the success that we've had with the governor announcing the $50 million in the BEAD funding for higher education. The proposal that our chair worked with McKinsey on with our staff is around computer science, cybersecurity, and healthcare. Tristan and Carrie were at a meeting this morning about this program and the timeline and the development of that, so more to come, but we're very excited to have a seat at the table trying to ensure that we're developing talent in these high demand areas and more. So more to come on that. So then I want to turn it over to our chair and then to Philip May to talk a bit about this meta announcement. Big stuff.
It's exciting stuff. So this is one of the biggest things that's happened in North Louisiana. I can't remember the last time something this big has happened in North Louisiana. The new Meta Center will fit 70 football fields within the footprint of the center. It has 2 energy power plants, is that correct? 3, oh wow. They will reuse water from the aquifer and then replenish that with a net positive for water. And it's an amazing, amazing opportunity. We're gonna have so much to do in higher ed. We're gonna be so busy, we're not gonna know what to do with ourselves. But this is it's a great win for our state, and it's gonna trickle down. It's not only gonna benefit North Louisiana, it's gonna benefit our entire state and puts us on the map. Regent May, would you like to give a few more details about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be careful because if you get me started talking on this, we might be here late.
Exciting.
You know, first of all, what is this? It's a $10 billion, 4 million square foot investment. It's only the largest, most advanced AI data center and supercomputer in human history.
I know, right?
And it's coming to Louisiana. It's coming with 500 jobs, and the majority of those jobs are going to be jobs that we can start with high school graduates and get them certifications, so we can have the jobs that come from this opportunity going to those people in that region, and that's very powerful. It also requires other jobs in computer science and in engineering and so forth, and those are other things we can help with. And I will tell you, we got to participate in the announcement and so forth with the governor, and as you watch that presentation, whether you could hear the presentation or you're listening to the presentation, you could feel the excitement and the pride. People spoke from their heart, and it was just a great thing to be part of. The thing that's important that this thing does, certainly it's the job, certainly it's the investment, $10 billion. Think of the better schools, better teachers, or paid teachers for sure, better quality of life for not just Northeast Louisiana, all of Louisiana, but the other thing it does is it changes the conversation about Louisiana. After December 4th, Louisiana will be thought of differently. It will be thought of as a advanced technology hub, because it's not only the largest supercomputer ever. This is a big bet by $1.6 billion on the future of their company. It's being made right here in Louisiana. Just a couple more minutes if you give me some time. How did we win this? And look, so Entergy had its part, certainly, but really the secret sauce here is the way we work as a state when we partner. And I am especially excited to talk about this in this room, because you're not in this room unless you have a passion about the future of this state. And when you walk out of here, be proud of what we achieved, because this is going to change. It absolutely will change the economic trajectory of that region forever, in a way we have not been able to do since the Louisiana Purchase, quite frankly. It's that big of a deal. But the way we won is it started with a conversation with Meta in January of this year. Louisiana was not even on their list of states they were looking at. We got the governor involved, we got the legislature involved, we got the local folks involved, Delta Community Colleges involved, the universities involved. What Meta saw is a one-stop shop. I can go there and get it done. All of those things that I need to happen are happening, and happening at a pace we haven't seen before. The thing that struck me in that meeting was when I spoke to Kevin Janda, and by the way, while we're meeting with Meta, they say, we gotta go faster, we gotta go faster. What he told me is, we've done 27 of these announcements, 20 of them are already working. This is the most advanced, the largest, most complicated thing we've ever done. We've never been, because the conversation started in earnest in February, never had started in February and got to an announcement this quick anywhere. It was done right here in Louisiana. One last thing to share is a personal story, and you've heard this already. You know, we have experienced our children, our friends' children moving out of this state. A friend, daughter and son-in-law moved out of the state because they didn't see a future or careers here for them. Over the Thanksgiving break, I got a call from that friend, said her son-in-law is coming in. Would you meet with them? He heard the announcement now would be a good time to move back to Louisiana. That's what this does. That's why it's important. That's what it says about Louisiana. So thank you all for participating.
Thank you. And a quick word, just I wanted to add this little note to the Franklin family that whose land it's going to be, the facility is going to be housed on. He was an orphan, so the matriarch of that family was an orphan that came here and started a farm and grew a great family that gives back. So it's a great testament to how our state gives back as well. We don't come from much, but we're gritty, and we always reach down and help those and build bigger things. So it's a great testament to our state too, and a great legacy. So exciting. We could talk about that all day. Next is the McNeese investiture. Wow, that was a party. Dr. Wade Roos is a force. He had already been working in his role as the president. He lives in the dorms with the students. I told him he and his wife are very brave souls. They're working on the president's house and doing some renovations. So he just said, that's fine, I'll just move in the dorm. So he does, and he doesn't want to miss a thing. In fact, at the end of his investiture, he, instead of having like this nice dinner or something, he invited everybody to the basketball game. So that's how he rolls on campus. He's well loved. The band came in and played the fight song, and it was a huge party. So it was great. And I think McNeese got a great leader with Dr. Rouse. He's very accomplished. He worked for the National Federal Reserve, and he also has his PhD in economics from Chicago, and he's the whole package. So we're very blessed to have him in the fold. All right. Next, to thank our board members. Can't say enough about these people that have done all of this work, 6 years. Serving on the Board of Regents. I haven't been here a full year yet, and I see how much work is involved and how much heart. And it is truly a working board, and having each and every member that's pictured there has been a blessing for higher ed and a blessing for Regents. And we just cannot thank you enough. And I'm not going to say goodbye. We're going to see you around, and I'm sure that you'll still be a part of higher ed. Regent Levy's promised to come still visit some board meetings, is that right?
Yeah, just check in on how things
to
are
make
going.
sure we're all behaving ourselves, so that'll be great.
You know, I could talk about and go on and on about the last 24 years, but I think it would wind up being like 25 years when I got finished. Suffice it to say, it has been a great honor and privilege to serve on this board. This board has as its mission, as you know, making our state better. Making it better by educating our students, making it better by continuing the quest for knowledge. This board has been, over these years that I've been here, some terrific challenges, some terrific crises. I think first and foremost about Katrina and Rita and what it did to our schools and our infrastructure. But more importantly, the damage that it did to our students and our faculty and to our staff. I think about soon after that, the Great Recession and the great disinvestment in higher education, the greatest of any of the states. And then seemingly as we pull out of that, we were faced by the plague of COVID-19. What a tragedy. But from all of these challenges, higher education, led by the Board of Regents, faced those challenges honorably, competently, and successfully. With all of those challenges, we have had great opportunities over these last 24 years. I think the first year I was here was the very first master plan. Boy, I stepped in, it was just a great time to come because we had a master plan that continues to be the North Star for the Board of Regents. It had two themes. First theme was access, and the second was success. Access described as providing greater and more on-ramps to higher education for all of our citizens. And success by continuing to have greater educational attainment each and every year. That is as relevant today, as you know, as it was 24 years ago. It has been challenge after challenge, but opportunity after opportunity to think about. When we started, we were able to stand up the community and technical college system. We were able to adopt admissions criteria. That was a big deal. Admissions criteria to try to match students' preparedness with the appropriate institution. We were able to establish LONI, TOPS programs. All of these that have seemed so normal, I recall as being such a giant challenge and a great outcome. The articulation matrix that we talked about, that went on for years and years with Senator Nevers. God bless him if he could see it today and see how right he was all along to try to have free transferability of our college credits, not only between institutions, but between systems. We've had successes that are built on the hard work of the regents and particularly this staff. This staff is phenomenal. They put their heads down, their shoulder to the wheel, and keep on pushing year in, year out. Regardless of what the politics are, regardless of what the finances are, they're moving forward. And we are reaping what we sowed for these last 25 years. I can't wait to see what y'all are going to do for the next 25 years. That's pretty exciting, Philip. Beyond exciting. We stand ready to fulfill that challenge like never before. You know, I think I ought to thank the governors that appointed me. Governor Foster appointed me. Then Governor Blanco reappointed me. God bless her. Then Bobby Jindal appointed me, and then John Bell Edwards. I owe all of them a great debt of gratitude to be able to participate in such an honorable, noble endeavor, the Board of Regents. Best of luck. I'll see you around.
That is what you call a mic drop right there.
I mean,
right?
To follow up to that, Tristan.
So in the interest of time, I think we're going to have Tristan share one other good news nuggets, and then we're going to call it the holidays, right?
That's right. So yeah, so I want to take the opportunity to share a support for the momentum work that we have been undertaking together. So a huge thank you to the Ascendium Educational Foundation that has pledged $3.8 million for implementing the Meauxmentum Framework across our institutions. So this $3.8 million will provide $100,000 implementation grants to all 28 institutions, as well as support for the next 2 Meauxmentum Summits, and also project management to undertake that transformation at scale across the state. It is a real testimony to the collaborative spirit of higher education here in Louisiana that a foundation like this sees that they want to make an investment in us, in the work, and in the citizens of here in Louisiana. So happy to answer any questions about that, but that's my good news for today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tristan. So the only thing I will add, I know I have a whole list of slides to share, but I'm going to save those for the new year. But I do want to say that you all are aware that Tristan was given a national honor, the Stan Jones Award. Stan Jones was a larger-than-life transformational leader in higher ed. And you hear me say that Tristan is the #1 academic innovator in the country. Now he has a plaque to prove it. So as we count our blessings in the holiday, I know you all join me in feeling the great gratitude that we have so much passionate talent at the Board of Regents. Everyone who presented today. Misty and I were commenting on the hunger-free comment, this comment, Tristan's comment, Carrie's comment. Just the level of passion and competency and talent that the Board of Regents in Louisiana has, Philip. Talking about game changer, that's what we do at the Board of Regents. So, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you. And also to all the board members. Thank you. And to the board members that are moving on, grateful for all of your leadership.
Absolutely. I think this will conclude our meeting. So who would like to call for adjournment? First, seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Merry Christmas.